The life and work of His divine presence. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. By Carolyn Lee. Contents: the incarnation of timeless reality, reawakening of the bright, the movement to teach, an infinite blessing impulse, ordeal at the brightness, divine translation, eternal work, final word. I am, eternally, here for everyone. The God who is one is now born and living in your company and has work to do. That one is responding not only to human needs, but also to the craving of the molecules, the atoms, all the constituents of this plane of manifestation. This mighty work is showing its signs in your time, to your face, in your generation, and in all future generations. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. Avatar, from the Sanskrit avatara, a traditional term for a divine incarnation, literally means one who is descended, or crossed down, from, and as, the divine. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. The life and work of His divine presence. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. By Carolyn Lee. 1. The incarnation of timeless reality. There has been an event in our time that is of profoundest consequence for humanity's present and future, and which enables a new comprehension of humanity's past. These few pages can only begin to convey the magnitude of this event, which is, in fact, an intervention. A divine response to the most ancient prayers and longings of human beings to know the truth of existence and to live in conformity with that truth. Speaking in the perennial philosophy about the significance of the avatar, Aldous Huxley wrote, "The Logos passes out of eternity into time for no other purpose than to assist the beings, whose bodily form he takes, to pass out of time into eternity." If the Avatar's appearance upon the stage of history is enormously important, this is due to the fact that by his teaching he points out, and by his being a channel of grace and divine power he actually is, the means by which human beings may transcend the limitations of history. There will be no experience of timeless reality then, unless there is the same or a similar knowledge within the world of time and matter. By precept and by example, the Avatar teaches that this transforming knowledge is possible, that all sentient beings are called to it. Although he could not have known it, such a one was already born when Aldous Huxley wrote these words just after the Second World War. His divine presence Avatar Adi Da Samraj, whose life and work is described here, has indeed come as the incarnation of the timeless reality to enable human beings to know that reality directly, and thus to transcend the limitations of history, or all the limitations of human knowledge and action, while yet participating fully in a human life. The intuition of and longing for a culminating intervention of the divine is threaded throughout human cultures, not only in the fibers of ancient spiritual understanding and prophecy, but in every way that humankind has reached beyond commonplace existence to know and celebrate what is great, in all the transcendent artistic, intellectual, and sacred gestures of great men and women for thousands of years. But the urgent need for divine intervention in our time is self-evident. We are looking at the effects of unbridled technology in the hands of unillumined beings, fast destroying the very roots and planetary home of human culture. With such trends at work, what hope is there for human sanity? In 1931, in Brave New World, Aldous Huxley painted a chilling picture of the systematic suppression of the human spirit by the forces of scientific materialism, and, in 1958, he wrote that those prophecies were coming true much sooner than he thought. And Huxley was not a lone voice. Deep concern was already in the air during the waning years of the 19th century among far-sighted individuals who could see impossible to gauge implications for humanity in growing industrialism and the powerful challenges, represented by Darwin, Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, and their like, to ancient beliefs and structures of authority. The old order was already breaking down. One who saw this with an extraordinary clarity and responded with a corresponding passion was destined to serve a unique function in enabling the divine incarnation. A young Bengali, a renunciate devotee of the renowned spiritual master Sri Ramakrishna, 1836 to 1886. Narendranath Dutta, later Swami Vivekananda, 1863–1902, was a unique individual who combined in his personality the saint, the skeptic, the rebel, the reformer, the prophet, the orator, the sage. While his being was steeped in the ancient spirituality of India, he was also a graduate in law from Kolkata University. Schooled as much in Western philosophy and literature as in the Sanskrit classics, Swami Vivekananda was a child of his time. As a university student, he would not accept anything as true without direct personal experience. Thus, when he first approached Sri Ramakrishna, Swami Vivekananda was in the mood of testing the master's spiritual realization, only to be caught unawares by the undeniable reality of Sri Ramakrishna's transmission of spiritual power. Later in their relationship, Sri Ramakrishna fell into a spontaneous rapture, recognizing the deeper self of his new disciple. He saw in Swami Vivekananda his spiritual companion of past lifetimes, a sage of the highest realization, voluntarily reappearing now for the sake of a great work. When Sri Ramakrishna told Swami Vivekananda of this vision, the young man was stunned and thought that the master must be mad. It was not the moment for Sri Ramakrishna's new disciple to comprehend what the master alone could see. Indeed, as Sri Ramakrishna confided to his other disciples, Narain must not find out who he is, for when he does, he will die. Shortly before Sri Ramakrishna passed out of the body, he made the great sacrifice of his life. He poured the spiritual force of his being entirely into his beloved devotee Swami Vivekananda, in an act of transmission and relinquishment that deeply awed those who witnessed it. Afterward, Ramakrishna remarked, "Now I am just an empty fakir." Such an emptying of one master's spirit force into another combines the virtue of both in the receiver. Thus, when the spiritual transmission of Sri Ramakrishna entered into Swami Vivekananda, the two became one force, one person, at the level of the deeper self. And what did that deeper self represent? Eons of masters of the highest order, carrying, through reincarnation, the current of spirituality from time immemorial. Sri Ramakrishna. In the years following Sri Ramakrishna's own death, Swami Vivekananda wandered the length and breadth of India in a life and death quest to resolve the purpose of his life. Finally, in 1893, fulfilling a prophecy of Sri Ramakrishna that he would one day take the jewels of Indian spirituality to the West, Swami Vivekananda sailed for America. The overwhelming acclaim with which the young Hindu monk was greeted in Chicago at the World's Parliament of Religions made headlines across the country. His maiden speech in the West had touched a nerve in his audience, who were moved in a way that they had never before experienced. This dark-skinned man, clad in sannyasin orange, was calling his listeners beyond the presumptions and prejudices of their religion and culture to embrace and enact a gospel of unity, tolerance, and peace for all humankind. And this was no merely social message. It was delivered with a spiritual power and authority that no one in the West could emulate. Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda had a greater impulse than simply lecturing to the crowds that flocked to hear him after his triumph in Chicago. He wanted to initiate a profound change in the world. It was obvious to him that sectarianism, godlessness, and violence were set to destroy civilization unless a greater wisdom could take possession of the soul of humanity. And he was certain that this greater wisdom must take root and flower in the West, for the West was making the future of humankind. Swami Vivekananda appeared like a sudden, luminous comet in the night sky of the Western world that was becoming dangerously confused by its own cleverness, and approaching the darkest century of its history. However, after 2 sojourns in America and Europe, Swami Vivekananda saw that his purpose could not possibly be fulfilled in his lifetime. His impact in the West could only go so far, for he was a foreigner, a celibate monk, a native of a conquered people. Broken in health, Swami Vivekananda retired in 1900 to Belur Math on the Ganges, telling his brother monks that he would not live to see 40. And on July 4, 1902, Swami Vivekananda departed the body by means of an intentional yogic process. He was 39 years old. From remarks that Swami Vivekananda made in his later years, it is clear that, at the time of his death, he not only knew who he was, but he knew what must occur. The work for humanity to which he had dedicated himself required a gesture unthinkable to a traditional Indian. It required a submission to be reborn in the West. And so, in his travels in America and Europe, and in his association with the Western friends and disciples who came to him, Swami Vivekananda freely allowed unbreakable bonds of love and heart sympathy to develop, bonds that would surely draw him back to a Western birth. He even intimated enigmatically to those closest to him that this was his intention. The story that unfolds here is, by many signs, the story of the fruition of Swami Vivekananda's impulse to a Western birth, but in greater terms than he could have possibly conceived. The one who appeared as Sri Ramakrishna manifested sympathies with the full spectrum of human religious and spiritual endeavor. The one who appeared as Swami Vivekananda was linked to the same sacred traditions, as well as carrying a deep grasp of and sympathy with the intellectual inheritance of humankind, East and West. What could be the further destiny of a deeper self linked to the entire pattern of the transcendent impulse in humankind? What kind of human being could combine the spiritual virtue that Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda represented with a birth in the modern West? In February 1939, the Indian master Upasani Baba received a distinguished visitor at his ashram. The Shankaracharya of Jayatir Math, head of one of the 4 principal monasteries founded by the sage Shankara, was welcomed for the Hindu feast of Shivaratri, the traditional celebration of the night of Shiva. In the course of conversation, the Shankaracharya deeply lamented the moral state of India, the effects of materialism, the decay that he saw in its great spiritual culture. Upasani Baba agreed. The degeneration that the two men were observing in India had its root in the secularism of the West, as they well knew. But what was to be done? Transported by sudden inspiration, Upasani Baba proclaimed that an avatar would soon be born in a European, that is, Western, country. He will be all-powerful, Upasani Baba declared, and bear down everything before him. And he will see to it that the Vedic Dharma is firmly re-established in India. According to the account in the annals of his ashram, Upasani Baba's prophecy was a spontaneous outburst. And he never made the reasons for his certainty explicit. 9 Without thought for Hindu orthodoxy, which would never countenance the possibility of a Western avatar, he was pointing to a world teacher. One capable of mastering both East and West. The feast of Shivaratri, when this prophecy was uttered, is a lunar celebration, the date of which varies from year to year. In 1939, Shivaratri was on February 18th, coincidentally the birthday of Sri Ramakrishna. On that very day, on Long Island, New York, a young married couple, Frank and Dorothy Jones, were celebrating Frank's birthday, which also fell on that day. They had met a year or two earlier in Jamaica, New York. Frank's family was from Mississippi, and Dorothy was of Austro-Hungarian origin. They were good, humble, hard-working people and members of the Lutheran Church. 8.5 months later, they found themselves proud parents for the first time. On November 3, 1939, Dorothy gave birth to a son, Franklin Albert Jones. There was some difficulty at his birth, as the umbilical cord was wound around the baby's neck, but the cord was cut without injuring the child. And he was taken home to the small rented house where Frank and Dorothy were living at the time. A couple of months earlier, England and France had declared war on Germany, but America's involvement in the conflict was years away. And so Frank and Dorothy Jones looked forward to a peaceable future for their newborn son, with the unspoken assumption that he would become a window salesman, like his father. In fact, 1939 was the fulcrum of a global change so momentous that it would be decades before the magnitude of the shift would be seen. Terror on an unprecedented scale was at the door. By the time Frank and Dorothy's son was 6 years old, the world was facing the facts of the Holocaust in Europe and the dropping of 2 atomic bombs on Japan. Hell had arrived not only in the form of years of devastating warfare across Europe and the Far East, but in the more pernicious form of a moral and spiritual bankruptcy that time could not erase. At this watershed in human history, the child called Franklin Jones, later Adi Da Samraj, had come into the world. What was he like? His own words, from the beginning of his spiritual autobiography, The Knee of Listening, say it. As a baby, I remember only crawling around inquisitively with a boundless feeling of joy, light, and freedom in the middle of my head that was bathed in energy moving unobstructed in a circle. Down from above, all the way down, then up, all the way up, and around again, and always shining from my heart. It was an expanding sphere of joy from the heart. And I was a radiant form, the source of energy, love, bliss, and light in the midst of a world that is entirely energy, love, bliss, and light. I was the power of reality, a direct enjoyment and communication of the one reality. I was the heart itself, who lightens the mind and all things. I was the same as everyone and everything, except it became clear that others were apparently unaware of the thing itself. Even as a little child, I recognized it and knew it, and my life was not a matter of anything else. That awareness, that conscious enjoyment, that self-existing and self-radiant space of infinitely and inherently free being. That shine of inherent joy standing in the heart and expanding from the heart is the bright. And it is the entire source of true humor. It is reality. It is not separate from anything. The need of listening. So is this child the reappearance of Ramakrishna Vivekananda? The answer is far more complex and profound than a simple yes or no. The answer has to do with an unspeakable process that is implied in the word avatar. In Sanskrit, the word avatar means one who has crossed down. A unique intervention is indicated, not merely a man or woman who has attained enlightenment by spiritual effort or even a reincarnating master, but a direct appearance, in physical form, of the one supreme reality and infinite consciousness. That such a miracle could occur, when most sorely needed, lies deep in the Indian psyche, 11 as Upasani Baba's prophetic outburst indicated. But what kind of process could possibly enable that which is limitless to coincide with a limited human form? There has never been a description of such a process, because the tradition of the avatar is generally associated with appearances for which there is no historical record. Speaking out of his own tacit knowledge of what such an intervention requires, Adi Da Samraj often emphasized that the appearance of the avatar is not the automatic result of human yearning. Not some kind of magic, the divine being suddenly deciding to appear in human form, as many traditional myths imply. Rather, such an appearance can only manifest within the laws of the human structure. A human being is not just the outwardly appearing person, born of the parents. There is also a deeper self, a subtle energy pattern that is shaped by all previous lifetimes. For there to even be the possibility that the divine would be able to conjoin with a specific human form, it is not just a human birth that is required, but a uniquely equipped deeper self combining with that birth. In Avatar Addydah's words, it is not, as has often been imagined, a simple matter that God wants to save humankind and, therefore, makes a man who will come and save everyone. The vehicles for that divine avataric work of salvation and liberation must be prepared through a process of unforeseeable and, even in retrospect, unknowable complexity, subtlety, and spontaneity. The vehicle whereby I am incarnate here, made physical by virtue of the copulation of my blood parents, was made possible by that deeper personality of two combined as one. Ramakrishna and Vivekananda, in spiritual union, become one, through a great act of spiritual transmission, even historically acknowledged. The need of listening. In the form of the baby boy born to Frank and Dorothy Jones, a Western body was combined with the deeper self of Ramakrishna Vivekananda, representing the highest spiritual realization of the East married to the great impulse to serve in the West. And by some unfathomable mystery, that which was moved into association with this extraordinary deeper self, allowing the miraculous emergence of reality itself into visible human form. Avatar Addydah's description of his state and experience from birth is a sign of this remarkable conjunction. And so, rightly understood, his divine presence Avatar Adi Da Samraj is not a reincarnation of specific masters who lived before him, nor even of the vast pattern that they themselves carried in their own deeper selves. Rather, he is the very source condition in which they appeared. This avataric birth is my intervention, not Vivekananda's, and not Ramakrishna's. The vehicle, however, is theirs, and that of others before them. The purpose of my bodily, human, appearance here is the divine liberation of all of humankind, not merely the human beings of the East or the human beings of the West, but all human beings, and indeed, all beings and things altogether. The accomplishing of that purpose would move Avatar Adi Da into a sacrifice of unspeakable depth, the demands of which even he could not foreknow. To provide eternally for the liberation of all would require his submitting to be all, in other words, to go to the nadir of the suffering and bewilderment that binds all mortal beings, and to hold nothing back. The immense ordeals and transformations that his body endured in that process were freely allowed by him, because of his love of beings, the divine impulse that drew him into human form. This is the story briefly told in this book. And it is also revelation of what human beings have always longed to see, the divine unveiled, utterly self-evident, able to be recognized without a doubt and to be responded to, not as a great other, but as the true and eternal nature of everything that exists. 2. Reawakening of the Bright. As a small child, Avatar Adi Da Samraj coined a description for his experience of existence, a description that became fundamental to his entire teaching revelation. There was the bright, his constant experience of radiant, blissful, all-pervading fullness of being without center or bounds. And there was the thumbs, the transmitted power of the bright, which manifested as an intense force pressing into the body. From my early childhood, at apparently random times, usually as I either approached sleep or awoke from sleep, and, most dramatically, during seizures of childhood illness, as I would pass into delirium, I had an experience that felt like a mass of gigantic thumbs coming down from above, pressing into my throat, causing something of a gagging and somewhat suffocating sensation, and then pressing further, and, it seemed, would have expanded without limitation or end, into some form of myself that was much larger than my physical body. The thumbs has always appeared to me like tongues, or the arrow of an overwhelmingly descending force, coming down upon me from above, and down via my head and throat. And, when the thumbs thus enters deep into my body, the electromagnetic or otherwise energetic balances of my living being are suddenly reversed. On several of the earliest remembered occasions, I felt as if the body had risen above the ground somewhat. During the event of the thumbs, the body always ceases to be polarized toward the ground, or to be oriented in the gravitational direction of the Earth's center. There is always a strong reversal of polarity, communicated along a line of force analogous to the spine. And, when this reversal of energy has taken place completely, I reside in a totally different body, which also contains, and even supersedes, the physical body. That body is spherical in shape. And the sensation of dwelling as that energy form is completely peaceful. The physical body is completely relaxed and polarized to the shape of this other, spherical, body. The mind becomes quieted, and, then, there is a movement in the field of awareness that goes even deeper, into a profound state of self-radiant self-consciousness that is beyond all that is merely physical, and that is entirely free of thought and mind and ego sense. From my earliest childhood time, after a cycle of the thumbs would become complete, I would get up from the bed, or the chair, or whatever the body situation of the moment of the event. And I would, then, walk around and beam joyfully at the room. In every such event, the love-blissful, unthreatened current of the bright emanated freely and unlimitedly from my heart, and not a pulse of it was limited by my otherwise conditional existence, or the apparent existence of the seeming world. The pneumaton. Not surprisingly, this periodic invasion of the thumbs involved a great struggle at the physical level. Just as electrical wires must be capable of conducting the current that flows through them, so the fragile mechanism of a human body had to be prepared, in Avatar Adi Da Samraj's case, to conduct and transmit the power of the bright. His childhood was full of the signs of this ordeal. There were many occasions, in fact, when he felt he was going to die, consumed by intense fevers, strange diseases, and delirium, including a brush with polio, which resulted in a permanent shortening of his left leg. Around the age of 2, the domain of the bright, which Avatar Adi Da had mindlessly enjoyed since birth, crystallized into the objective world of others and things. It was not that, previous to this moment, he had failed to notice the world. Rather, his noticing had been of a different kind than that of the ordinary human being. There had been no I, no self-center, looking out at life. As his descriptions make clear, he had simply participated in a radiant field of happenings, with no sense of separation. But he had been born in human form for a unique purpose, to directly awaken each and every human being to reality itself, to the bright. To equip himself for this, it was necessary that he live an apparently ordinary human life, identified with the body-mind. It was even necessary that the bright periodically recede from his awareness, so that he could combine with the depths of the human condition. To find out what it feels like to be a mortal being struggling to discover the truth of one's existence. Only by fully entering into life as human beings know it could he comprehend the human error, the root illusion that shuts out the bright. Avatar Adi Da remembers the critical moment when his identification with the human state occurred. One day, his parents let loose a puppy they were giving him. The sudden appearance of the puppy triggered for the first time a subject-object response, the sense of being as self-related to others, and drawn to them by love. I saw the puppy, and I saw my parents. The creation of Franklin Jones began from that moment. The reason for this gesture was a spontaneous motivation associated with a painful loving of the people around me. It was not merely compassion for them, as if they were poor people I could help. It was a painful emotional and physical sensation in my heart and in my solar plexus. It was profoundly painful even then, and it always has been. It was associated with the full knowledge that these people to whom I was committing myself were going to die, and that I would die. I knew that if I incarnated in this life form and circumstance, if I became this body and its lifetime, I would also die its death. And I knew that, as this bodily incarnate being, I was, in due course, going to be separated from everyone and everything I loved in its lifetime. This was all fully obvious to me, and, yet, this spontaneous gesture, this painful loving, this profound sensation, awakened in me and moved me into the body, animated me physically. Thus, it was, altogether and simply, a sympathetic response that brought me into the sphere of human conditions, and of gross conditions altogether. That response was identification with mortal existence, but it took place by means of delight. The need of listening. Avatar Adi Da recalls an occasion, when he was about 7 years old, of walking with his parents to the movies. The moment stands out in his memory as his most significant early attempt to consciously communicate love in the midst of conflict. His parents were quarreling about something, and he felt how that act of separation was destroying a web of love energy that was all around them. He could actually see that delicate tissue of love torn with holes, and he tried to repair it by silently expanding love from his heart. At the same time, he began to ask his parents questions about God and to point out to them the beautiful full moon. Their quarrel quieted down, but, later, as he sat in the movie, Avatar Adi Da realized that he had borne the cost of the quarrel. He describes how, because of his parents' inability to fully receive the love he was transmitting to them, he felt a pain in his heart where the love energy had been pushed back. Nevertheless, Avatar Adi Da knew that what he had just done was fundamental to his purpose in life. He was moved to find a way to draw people out of the merely body-based orientation of life and awaken them to what is, prior to, but not separate from, the ordinary world. Thus, in spite of his spontaneous consent to assume the worldview of those around him, the bright persisted as a fierce, mysterious impulse in the depth of his being, and continued to show itself through remarkable signs. My childhood was marked, at first, by a steady state of transcendentally spiritually bright self-illumination, and, year by year, as I became more and more thoroughly integrated with the human psychophysical limitation, that steady state was periodically interrupted and progressively diminished, such that, via the thumbs, it was required to be, periodically, restored. And, also, that steady state became, progressively, replaced by a kind of revolutionary transformative cycle in which various cities, or psychic and psychophysical powers, were sometimes displayed, as well as visions, auditions, ecstasies, and so on, but also various physical and general psychophysiological effects, such as extremes of bodily hotness and bodily coldness, Heart palpitations, feelings of suffocation, emotional suffering, variations in appetite, fluctuations of body weight, episodes of disease, precocious awareness of sexual energy, and so on. The pneumaton. One circumstance in which these unusual powers manifested was the local Lutheran church to which Avatar Addah's parents sent him from his early years. Sometimes, while sitting in church with the other altar servers, or in Sunday school class, Avatar Addah would spontaneously enter into trance-like states of mystical rapture. He would begin swooning in bliss, making incoherent gasps and other noises. And sometimes, through the force of his spiritual absorption, his eyes would suddenly bug out, or roll up to the top of their sockets, much to the annoyance of the pastor, who warned Avatar Addah that if he indulged in such behavior he would go crazy. Nevertheless, after hearing the youthful Addah speak, at the age of 14, with extraordinary emotional impact on the mourners at a family funeral, the pastor invited him to become a liturgist, or reader. On many occasions when he stood before the congregation, reading from the Bible, Avatar Addah noticed that people were falling into ecstasy. The bright was coming to the fore, communicating through his voice and presence, and people were responding. It seemed to make sense at that time to Avatar Addah's family, and even to him, that he should follow the course urged by the pastor and go on to college, in preparation for Lutheran seminary and a career as a minister. In the meantime, at his local high school, Avatar Addah was studying technical subjects and drawing electrical circuits in minute and elegant detail. He even obtained a license as a ham radio operator because he had become fascinated by the invisible energies that carry communication. In his deep interest in the physics of radio transmission and in his power to communicate verbally in special moments, there was a breaking through of a latent urge to universally transmit the superphysics of the bright. In 1957, at the end of high school, Avatar Addah entered Columbia University, New York, one of the most prestigious institutions of learning in the country. This transition was a huge culture shock. After the sheltered provincial life he had led on Long Island, much of which was still semi-rural in those days, he found himself at one of the hubs of the intellectual world. Figures of global fame would often visit Columbia when they came through New York, and, in the years that followed, Avatar Addah heard T.S. Eliot read his own poetry and met former President Truman, as well as other well-known people of the time. But in the midst of all of it, he had only one fundamental question: what is consciousness? By consciousness, Avatar Addah meant that very sense of existence, or the awareness of simply being, which is constant in us, whatever the events and changes of life. He had, from birth, tacitly realized that consciousness was senior to the body, senior to death. His entire experience of the bright demonstrated that seniority. But what was the connection between consciousness and the mortal, physical world? How were these two apparently different realities related to each other? Anticipating that Columbia would shed light on all of this, Avatar Addah chose to focus his studies in philosophy, but he soon found that this was a naive hope. Columbia had fully embraced the ethos of scientific materialism and, thus, the presumption that the physical world is the only reality. Anything supposedly greater or higher than the material world was presumed to be either a byproduct of the physical reality or else a mere hallucination. And so, philosophy as taught at Columbia, as in most modern universities, was a merely academic and conceptual activity, examining traditions of thought as an analytical and rather exclusively Western process. To his great disappointment, Avatar Addah found that academic philosophy was not the love of wisdom that is the meaning of the word. Philo equals love of. Sophia equals wisdom, and that was the inspiration of the academies of ancient Greece. There was no real academy at Columbia. There was simply an academic reduction of philosophy, a departure from the academy situation suggested in the tradition of Socrates, Plato, Plotinus, and the like, where the sole enterprise was the pursuit of wisdom or some higher ultimate realization, and where the sole goal was the manifestation of the philosophical state as a disposition transcending opposites. What is truth? What is true wisdom and the life of true wisdom? Columbia had nothing to do with these questions. In fact, Avatar Adi Da had been informed of what to expect in his first few days at Columbia when Grayson Kirk, who was then president of the university, introduced us to college life with a serious speech about the rising problems of humanity. He promised that Columbia would not teach us the answers, but we would perhaps learn the questions. Altogether, he indicated that Columbia would not make us happy, but he promised that we would learn how to think. The need of listening. While Avatar Adi Da would later acknowledge that his studies at Columbia were useful as training in how to use the mind as a tool. The divorce between the power to think and the art of being happy set the stage, in his freshman year, for a crisis of profound despair. All sources of meaning in his life disappeared, including the Christian faith of his childhood. As Avatar Adi Da later recalled, on October 9, 2006, the dead end of all that was otherwise proposed in the world was made clear to me there. It seemed to him that the bright had withdrawn without trace. Just to find the strength to go on living, Avatar Adi Da thrust his questions in the face of the universe in the form of a unique experiment. On the streets of New York City and in every kind of circumstance, he abandoned himself to the gamut of experience, in the hope that God, or whatever is ultimately true, would be revealed through the intensity of his search. No experience posed a barrier to me. There were no taboos, no extremes to be prevented. There was no depth of madness and no limit of suffering that my philosophy could prevent, for, if it did, I would be liable to miss the lesson of reality. Thus, I extended myself even beyond my own fear. And my pleasures also became extreme, such that there was a constant machine of ecstasy. I could tolerate no mediocrity, no medium experience. I was satisfied neither with atheism nor with belief. Both seemed to me mere ideas, possible reactions to a more fundamental, if unconscious, fact. I sought reality, to be reality, what is, not what is asserted in the face of what is. The need of listening. For 2 years, Avatar Adi Da maintained the terrible intensity of his seeking. Then, one night in 1960, when he was 20 years old, the truth dormant in his being resurfaced with extraordinary force. He writes in The Need of Listening. On this extraordinary night, I sat at my desk late into the night. I had exhausted my seeking, such that I felt there were no more books to read, no possible kinds of ordinary experience that could exceed what I had already embraced. There seemed no outstanding sources for any new excursion, no remaining and conclusive possibilities. I was drawn into the interior tension of my mind that held all of that seeking, every impulse and alternative, every motive in the form of my desiring. I contemplated it as a whole, a dramatic singleness. It moved me into a profound shape of life feeling, such that all the vital centers in my body and mind appeared like a long funnel of contracted planes that led onto an infinitely regressed and invisible image. I observed this deep sensation of conflict and endlessly multiplied contradictions, such that I was surrendered to its very shape, as if to experience it perfectly and to be it. Then, quite suddenly, in a moment, I experienced a total revolution in my body-mind, and, altogether, in my humanly born conscious awareness. An absolute sense of understanding opened and arose at the extreme end of all this sudden contemplation. And all of the motions of me that moved down into that depth appeared to reverse their direction at some unfathomable point. The rising impulse caused me to stand, and I felt a surge of force draw up out of my depths and expand, filling my entire body and every level of my humanly born conscious awareness with wave on wave of the most beautiful and joyous energy. I felt absolutely mad, but the madness was not of a desperate kind. There was no seeking and no dilemma within it, no question, no unfulfilled motive, not a single object or presence outside myself. I could not contain the energy in my small room. I ran out of the building and through the streets. I thought, if I could only find someone to talk to communicate to about this thing. The energy in my body was overwhelming, and there was an ecstasy in every cell that was almost intolerable in its pressure, light, and force. It took me many years to understand that revolution in my living being. It marked the rising in me of fundamental and non-conditional life, and it, in its moment, removed every shadow of dilemma and ignorance from the mind on every level and all its effects in the body. The knee of listening. The entire structure of mind and life that supported the character of Franklin Jones, with all its experiences and points of view, suddenly collapsed on itself and dissolved in the resurgence of the bright. The wisdom that transcends all opposites, which Avatar Adi Da had hoped to find through philosophy, suddenly stood as is, prior to mind. After running through the streets that night, he fell back into his room and began to write furiously in a college notebook, describing what had just happened. But, later, when he read what he had written to a friend, the friend merely laughed, without a flicker of comprehension of the profundity of the event. And yet, to Avatar Adi Da, it was a direct revelation in consciousness, a tacit understanding of the mechanism at the root of human suffering and dilemma. Years later, in one of his many conversations with devotees about this Columbia event, Avatar Adi Da spoke of the fundamental understanding that awakened in him at that time. During the time at Columbia, I was struggling profoundly with everything. And that effort had a method to it, the inevitable method of the body-mind. It was the pursuit of happiness through desire and seeking, the search for some particular object or state or relation. I was chronically contracted from the stress of playing that game over and over relative to everything. And then, in the event in my junior year, I suddenly transcended it and came to understand it. But this did not occur through my sitting there and coming to a conclusion based on thinking or desiring in any form. It was by means of the breakthrough of the bright itself, in the midst of that stress of seeking, that the bondage to problem was transcended. It became inherently obvious that what is otherwise sought is that which is always already the case. You cannot seek it. Seeking does not achieve it, because to seek it you must presume that it is not the case. So what was necessary, then, simply was to understand the search itself, not pursue it, but understand it. That momentous night at Columbia left an indelible impression, but it was not yet a conclusive awakening beyond every urge to seek. And so Avatar Adi Da began to intensify what was already a random practice, the recording of his spontaneous observations and reflections in his class notebooks. The desire to uncover truth through writing, a quality that would later blossom in his major works of literature, was already in evidence. After graduating from Columbia and beginning a master's degree in English literature at Stanford University, writing took on an extraordinary role in Avatar Adi Da's life. It became a discipline of observing and recording every facet of his experience, all that he thought, dreamed, felt, perceived, and did. He resolved that no motion of his being would elude him. Through this process, he hoped to establish a root understanding and, therefore, a permanent transcending of the impulse to seek. Day after day, wherever he was, Avatar Adi Da would carry a clipboard and a pad of yellow paper, of the kind that could be cheaply bought in stationery stores. On these pages, he would write down all that occurred in his awareness. When he wandered alone on the beach below the remote cottage where he lived, he wrote down every thought and mind form that arose with each step on the sand, and even his perception of the very action of stepping itself. He was placing his awareness under a powerful microscope so that its inmost mechanics would stand out and its secret patterning would be revealed. The revelation, when it came, in the spring of 1964, had a revolutionary force. Eventually, I began to recognize a structure in my humanly born conscious awareness. It was the logic, or process, of separation itself, of enclosure and immunity. It manifested as fear and identity, memory and experience. It informed every function of the living being, every experience, every act, every event. It created every mystery. It was the structure of every imbecile link in the history of human suffering. The knee of listening. No longer could there be any doubt about the origin of the impulse to seek. It stood out to Avatar Adi Da that the root of all seeking is the self-identity, the presumption of being a separate entity adrift in a threatening world. He saw that this perception of reality, and the fear and bewilderment that goes with it, drives a constant process of seeking for whatever will allay the pain of such extreme vulnerability. In his infancy, there had been no self-center, no I defining his experience in relation to everything else, but only the self-radiant field of the bright. wherein happenings arose freely without being differentiated as separate things. Thus, he knew that this entirely liberated mode of participation in existence must be possible. Now, as a result of 2 years of intensive self-observation, it was clear to him that the key to transcending seeking is the transcending of the very sense of being an I. And he knew intuitively what this would require. It would be a death. The process of his writing was also revealing the fluid nature of the reality in which I is being presumed. Avatar Adi Da found himself observing a coincidence between interior and exterior events, or between what is called subjectivity and objectivity. He would inwardly see something, and then it would manifest in the outer world. These increasingly frequent premonitions were generally of very ordinary, everyday happenings, rather than intuitions of major events. Thus, it was becoming evident to him that the apparently internal and apparently external dimensions of experience are not really separate domains, but are part of one continuum of conscious awareness. Everything about internal and external was realized to be an illusion. There was one coincident matrix that was whole and the basis of all of it. The inside and the outside, or the left and the right and so on, all of that was resolved in prior unity, and there was a kind of unified disposition from that point. All conditions are modifications of the one being. The primary error of conventional religious and spiritual philosophies is the assumption that human beings exist as separate entities. You must awaken to the realization that you are fundamentally not an entity. A superficial pattern is arising that seems to be an entity, but your consciousness is identical to the being who is awakened and is the dream of conditionally manifested existence. You are not consciously a separate entity, even though you may presume yourself to be such an entity through your usual association with experience. Conventionally, you believe that the realm wherein you are one with God is somewhere other than your present circumstance. You believe that the divine is someone else or other. You think that the divine is so profound you could not realize God except in a totally different state, circumstance, and dimension than this present one. But real God is simply the shining, conscious being that is your nature at all times and under all circumstances. The conscious awakening to existence as the one being is the literally felt realization that the body is arising in the psyche, rather than vice versa. In other words, the body is a psychic manifestation, not merely an elemental one. When this awakening is true of you, you realize that the true self is not hidden deep within you, attainable only through a dramatic mystical experience or perception. No extreme yogic introversion is required to realize the true self, or conscious being. Realization of the one being is simply the enjoyment of the vision of God in every moment, and freedom from mere knowledge, experience, and self-contracted existence. You observe, then, that all beings are already and only the one being. In fact, all conditions that arise as experience are modifications of the one transcendental spiritual being. Everything is arising as a psychic condition and depends utterly on the self-existing and self-radiant being as its source condition. Therefore, instead of merely believing in religious philosophies, you become disposed toward the ego-transcending way of inherent identity and whole bodily communion with real God. You become moved to surrender at all times to the being, the transcendental spiritual divine reality, in which the entire world is arising. By the summer of 1964, Avatar Adi Da had left the Northern California beaches and was living in an apartment in Manhattan. Having crossed the country in response to visions of an Oriental art store in New York City and the intuition that he would find a teacher there. And, indeed, a few weeks after his arrival in New York, Avatar Adi Da had found the art store of his vision and the teacher, known as Rudy, Albert Rudolph, or Swami Rudrananda, who owned an Oriental art business. Rudy was an adept of Kundalini Yoga. He held classes 4 times a week, during which his students practiced receiving the force, Rudy's term for the Kundalini Shakti, that he consciously transmitted to them. The essence of Rudy's teaching was work and surrender, and so, while practicing the intentional reception of the tangible spiritual force Rudy was transmitting, Avatar Adi Da also entered into a period of intense discipline and transformation under Rudy's tutelage. In embracing Rudy as spiritual teacher, Avatar Adi Da fully embraced the time-honored tradition of relationship between master and devotee, applying himself to Rudy's instructions and, as he put it, giving himself up as a man does to God. While he attended classes with Rudy, Avatar Adi Da was also always concentrated in his own spontaneous process. One day, in his apartment, Avatar Adi Da was mindlessly observing his right hand when a sudden realization awakened in him. He saw the open hand as a metaphor for the natural, relational, and open disposition of the whole body, and the clenched fist as a metaphor for the body-mind in a contracted, dissociated, and separative state. In that moment, his entire being opened like the hand, and he knew, in his words, the always-already state, or reality itself, in which the apparent body, mind, and world inhere. This was the same discovery he had made through the discipline of writing, but now revealed in concrete bodily terms. He saw that the presumption of separateness is an activity, a moment-to-moment psychophysical contraction, not merely an assumption in consciousness, that is making the sense of I. And he saw that the same activity of self-contraction extends to the very bones of the living being. Rudy, Swami Rudrananda. All the boxes and boxes of the writing he had done over the last several years, including the torrent of notations on every aspect of his experience, went into the fireplace of his New York apartment. They had accomplished their purpose in exposing this summary understanding of the activity of self-contraction. His great burning of the contents of I took 3 days to complete. It was another milestone that was tacitly preparing him for what happened nearly 3 years later, in the spring of 1967. In 1966, Avatar Adi Da entered a Lutheran seminary in Philadelphia. This was not because he had any interest, at this point, in becoming a Lutheran minister. Rather, it was a practical course of action recommended by Rudy, after Avatar Adi Da's father had mentioned to Rudy that his son had once thought of studying for the Lutheran ministry. Rudy felt that the Holy Spirit of Christianity was analogous to the Shakti force of Kundalini Yoga, and that Avatar Adi Da could privately pursue his own spiritual process while earning a living as a Lutheran pastor. In fact, any such possibility was shattered by what Avatar Adi Da came to call his seminary event. One day, when I was in class in seminary in the spring of 1967, I suddenly became completely detached from the mind. The mind seemed to pick up immense speed, and the thought processes were going at immense speed, to the point of the experience becoming extremely disturbing. I was supposed to be sitting there in class, but I felt as if I were going mad. I was going mad. I tried to pin down my experience by writing everything the teacher said, or writing the thoughts I was having. I just kept pinning it down. That gesture, in and of itself, introduced time and some more direct association with the body. I did that long enough to sit through the class. Then I went whirling out in this horrific state, in which the body-mind was going on its own, without being controlled by attention. The body-mind was just a whirl of uncontrolled events and sensations and feelings, positive ones, and also extremely negative ones. It became just an immense fear. I remember looking at my face in the mirror as I was putting on a skin cleanser, and I saw the plasticity of the body. There was a profound disorientation from the physical, emotional, and mental dimensions of the body-mind, in which I had been doing spiritual practice so intensively for years. All of a sudden, the body-mind was utterly confused and dissociated from me, or I was dissociated from it. The fear, which was a reaction to that whirl, got to the point where it was fruitless to try to do anything about it. It just kept growing immensely. It became the totality of life, the totality of the body-mind, the totality of reality, just this immense fear that could no longer be avoided. There was nothing to do about it. After the first day of this terror, in the middle of the night, Avatar Adi Da felt that his heart was slowing down and was about to stop. But when he reached the emergency ward at the local hospital, the doctor could find nothing wrong. There was no conventional explanation or remedy for what was occurring in him. Finally, on the third day of this acute distress, Avatar Adi Da simply lay down on the floor of his apartment and allowed the fear to pour through his being and overwhelm him completely. It was a death. That is what it became. It was endured to the point that what was afraid to be let go was simply let go. There was no choice. So it passed. In other words, the body-mind, even attention, was no longer associated with my state. I was simply realizing the native state of being. Therefore, this was not merely a process of madness in the usual clinical sense. It was an extraordinary transcendental spiritual event. It was simply the breaking through of my own disposition, the bright, prior to the body-mind complex. What was so terrifying about this event was the dislocation of the sense of I from its familiar anchor in the body-mind. All the sensory and mental and psychic input that is normally patterned around a presumed self-center was thrown into chaos, like iron filings blown to the winds without a centralizing magnet. And the automatic reaction was total self-contraction, the body-mind making the tightest possible fist to try to hold the center together. Only when Avatar Addydah's last efforts to hang on to self-identity had been exhausted could the bright stand forth as reality itself, centerless, boundless, and free, prior to body. Prior to mind and every possible experience. In his seminary event, the organizing principle of separate self simply died in Avatar Adi Da, never to return. The ego death that he had long felt approaching had now occurred. This did not mean he became reclusive or socially dysfunctional. Not at all. He continued to participate in existence in the ordinary way, but the place from which he did so had radically changed. He animated the same persona, but he did not identify with it anymore. At the same time, the fellow students and professors at the seminary had no way to understand what had happened. Even in Rudy's opinion, the seminary event was a negative experience. No one could comprehend that it was possible or positive to no longer identify with the separate self. 1 year later, Avatar Adi Da visited Ganeshpuri, India, the home of Rudy's masters. Bhagwan Nityananda, then deceased, and Swami Muktananda. 15 having found no point of reference in America for his own insights. He was moved to discover what was being communicated as the path of truth in Rudy's Indian lineage. The limits he had experienced in Rudy's effortful approach to work and surrender led Avatar Adi Da to be attracted to Swami Muktananda's expression of the spiritual master's grace as the true essence of spiritual life. Although Swami Muktananda was a master in the tradition of Kundalini Yoga and therefore concentrated in subtle, supersensory phenomena, he would sometimes give talks that referred to a type of realization that transcends all phenomenal experience. Remarkably, Swami Muktananda's first and only direct teaching words to Avatar Adi Da were spoken in such a mode. Swami Muktananda. Baba Muktananda said to me, "You are not the one who wakes or dreams or sleeps. You are the witness to all of these states." To me, that was a reference to exactly what I had found out in the event in seminary. The event in seminary was the proof of this truth to me, though the experience was not merely words, the words corresponded to it and confirmed and affirmed the realization. On the third and last day of his brief retreat at Swami Muktananda's ashram in 1968, Avatar Adi Da was sitting in the ashram garden after lunch when Swami Muktananda walked by with a visitor, who, Avatar Adi Da later learned, was a realizer named Rangavdu. 16 For a brief moment, Rangavdu paused, turned toward Avatar Adi Da, and looked Avatar Adi Da straight in the eyes. And then Rangavdu walked on. An urge to rest came over Avatar Adi Da, and he went to lie down in his room. In a moment, all awareness of body and mind was relinquished in an infinitely ascended swoon of formless bliss. There were no stages to the process, no intention, no effort, no passing through layers of mind. While the profound glance of Rangavdu and the spiritual influence of Swami Muktananda had apparently triggered this event, it bore the unmistakable mark of the bright. After the seminary experience in 1967 and then, 1 year later, this sudden establishment above and beyond all conditions, Avatar Adi Da became more and more focused in a tacit process of locating reality itself, prior to the play of happenings, high and low. He persisted in this disposition of merely being the witness of whatever was arising in the face of extraordinary Kundalini experiences, visions, spontaneous bodily movements and sounds. Supernormal phenomena of all kinds, which were stimulated over the next 2 years in his association with Swami Muktananda. Avatar Adi Da simply allowed these experiences to freely arise and disappear, rather than identifying with the experiences themselves, or regarding himself as the subject to which these experiences were happening. At the same time, from Swami Muktananda's point of view, Avatar Adi Da had fully mastered Kundalini Yoga, and, in 1969, Swami Muktananda wrote his acknowledgement in a formal letter, granting Avatar Adi Da the name Dhyanananda, and also, privately, Lovananda. Avatar Adi Da was now formally authorized to teach in his own right, but he would never become a teacher of Kundalini Yoga. His only interest was to reclaim the bright, not merely in the form of sudden breakthroughs, but absolutely and permanently. By late 1969, Avatar Adi Da was living in an apartment in Lower Manhattan, a large loft, where he spent his days writing. He was working on a novel that he would later call the Mummery Book. His work drew on the years of writing he had engaged as an intensive practice to unravel the subconscious and unconscious patterns of human experience. In the Mummery Book, the original version of which was written in a matter of weeks at the end of 1969, all the thousands of pages of stream of consciousness observation, ideas, images, and story fragments that Avatar Adi Da burned after coming to Ruti had distilled themselves into an extraordinary archetypal form, the full significance of which would be seen only in time. Eventually, the Mummery Book and 2 further books, the Scapegoat Book and the Happenine Book, forming the Orpheum trilogy, would be revealed as the supreme literary expression of his revelation about the human drama in the light of reality itself. In the months following his completion of the earliest form of the Mummery Book, Avatar Adi Da returned to India, and then traveled through Europe, and finally to Los Angeles, all the while aware of being led by some invisible presence. He wrote later of this time, "The perpetual psychophysical revolutions of my life had drawn me, by means of the thumbs, into a sense of the perfect presence. There was simply the sense of being in and of the transcendental spiritual presence that was both truth itself and reality itself. It was a perfectly absorbing, heartening, and illuminating force that contained me, lived me, and guided me." The Gnosticon. Avatar Adi Da's perfect reawakening to the bright came in September 1970. It happened in a sacred nexus, mysteriously prepared. Secluded in a corner of Hollywood is a small temple established by the Vedanta Society of Southern California, which was discovered by Avatar Adi Da in August 1970. After he had settled in Los Angeles in response to an inner imperative. What he did not know at that time was that the temple had been erected thanks to a donation by a patron of Swami Vivekananda, a woman who had hosted the Swami in her home in South Pasadena, near Los Angeles, during his second visit to America. Not only that, the temple was empowered with sacred relics and maintained by members of the Ramakrishna order, established by Swami Vivekananda. Thus, Avatar Adi Da had been drawn to a place unique in America, in terms of its direct association with the immediate prehistory of his appearance. And the temple had been built in 1938, the year before his birth. On September 9, 1970, as he sat alone in the temple, Avatar Adi Da fell into a state where he knew himself only as pure consciousness, without form. Then, pressing against him with immense polarized force, he experienced the familiar spiritual presence that had been guiding him, and which he felt to be the energy, or power, or light of all conditionally manifested existence. In the midst of that utterly overwhelming process, all polarity, all separation, all difference resolved in an unspeakable singularity of love-bliss. As he describes, "In that most perfect event, I knew the oneness of my very being and the all-pervading divine spiritual energy. There was no separation at all, nor had there ever been, nor would there ever be. It was a union without difference. Therefore, it was not sexual, not bodily, not mental, and neither of a conditional nature nor dependent on conditionally apparent functions, elements, or states. Rather, it was the spiritual, transcendental, and divine self-establishment or intrinsic and perfect self-revelation of the non-difference between consciousness and light. The true nature and import of that event was not union, but non-separation. That event was the most perfect realization of not two. Not two-ness was its essence. In that event, I was not in tantric union with a cosmic other. There was, initially, a seeming dynamic, but that apparent dynamic immediately became an event of absolute dissolution of all apparent difference between consciousness and energy. The need of listening. The next day, September 10th, when he returned to the temple, Avatar Adi Da realized what had happened. The divine event of the previous day had restored him to the native indivisibility of consciousness and energy, which had been obvious at his birth. Suddenly, I understood most perfectly. I realized that I had realized. The thing about the bright became obvious. I am complete. I am the one who is complete. It was a tacit realization, a direct knowledge in consciousness. It was conscious light itself, without the addition of a communication from any other source. There is no other source. I simply sat there and knew what and who I am. I am the self-existing and self-radiant reality itself. I am the one and only and indivisible reality itself, that is not ego, but which is the intrinsically egoless and perfectly non-conditional reality and truth, prior to all dualities, but excluding none. I am the one and only and inherently egoless and self-evidently divine self-condition, source condition, nature, substance, support, and ground of all and all. I am the bright. The thumbs is my self-radiant self-transmission of my own self-evidently divine state. There was no thought involved in this. I am that self-existing and self-radiant and self-evidently divine conscious light. There was no reaction of either excitement or surprise. I am the one I recognized reality to be. I am that one. I am not merely experiencing that one. I am the bright. Then, truly, there was no more to realize. Every experience in my life had led to this. All my happen of life moments was the instant of this same reality I am. My entire life had been the communication of that reality to me until I am that. The Gnosticon. The preliminary work of Avatar Adi Da's lifetime was done. His human body-mind was now equipped for a unique function, to perfectly reveal his bright state and directly transmit the awakening force of the thumbs to others. Free. The movement to teach. The 1970s, the decade that followed Avatar Adid's divine reawakening, saw a continuation of the socio-political, philosophical, and spiritual impulses that had begun to stir during the 1960s. Across the Western world, experiments were developing in every kind of alternative lifestyle, therapy, and mode of presumed enlightenment. Seekers were flowing to the East to learn its esoteric secrets, and Eastern masters were establishing institutions in the West. In the midst of this buoyant milieu, where many were more than ready to shake off old constraints of thinking and living, Avatar Adi Da Samraj opened a combined bookstore and ashram on Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles. There, from April 1972, he began to give regular talks in the back room of the store, accepting all comers with open arms. Like Swami Vivekananda more than 70 years earlier, Avatar Adi Da wanted to gather around him a group of individuals who would become the seed of a great transformation. But the transformation that he had in mind could not be expressed in any existing social, political, or religious terms. He was not part of the New Age wave, nor was he teaching a traditional spiritual practice. The posters in the window of the bookstore showed his picture and simply said, "I offer not a method, but a relationship." Avatar Adi Da was inviting people to the time-honored relationship of love and mutual sacrifice that exists between a spiritually awakened master and his or her disciple or devotee. Most of those who responded to Avatar Adid's offering had no experience at all of such a relationship. Having inherited a disposition that rejects esoteric knowledge and the traditional means by which such knowledge is communicated, which is not merely through a teaching, but as direct transmission from the master who has realized the teaching and is the living vehicle of it. Without knowing it, Avatar Addydah's first devotees found themselves not only in the presence of a master of esoteric knowledge, but in relationship to the human form and transmitter of the very source, or root condition, that is the goal of esoteric knowledge. And, from the first moment, Avatar Adi Da was giving them evidence that reality and the nature of the world are, in his words, of an entirely different nature than people otherwise suppose. The spiritual master is means for association with the living divine. Oh, you have to awaken to a present understanding of the real factors of existence, on the basis of which you can reassociate with the living divine reality in ultimate terms, in universal terms. When you do that, then you can discriminate between that awakened disposition and all of the accretions of religious lore present in the mass of religious cultures. You could, also, by coming to this understanding and awakening, transcend the dogmas of your own time, which are not particularly spiritual in nature. They are secular, represented by the point of view of scientific materialism. Your relationship to the spiritual master in present time, your relationship to me, is a link to the adept tradition throughout all of history. Thus, your awakened understanding enables you not only to relate to the divine, the living present divine, but to discriminate among all of the teachings, religious and spiritual points of view. Before his formal talks, Avatar Adi Da would typically sit in silence for some period of time, without offering any explanation or instruction. He was merely present, allowing the bright to radiate freely. Those who sat with him, students, street people, business people, spiritual seekers, and so on, felt an unnameable attraction to him. There was a force and radiance in his company that seemed to rearrange the very cells of the body. People came back again and again just to be in the room with him. And he began to explain that this was the relationship of which he spoke, an ecstatic participation in his state, and thus, in the bright itself, with all the faculties of the being. He did not even have to be physically present. The remembrance of him, a devotionally surrendered turning to him, moment to moment, would invoke him constantly into the body and mind of the devotee. Near the entrance to the room at the back of the bookstore, where Avatar Adi Da would sit with his devotees, was a large, three-dimensional and a piece of discarded signage that Avatar Adi Da had found abandoned in an alleyway. He had given this and pride of place in the bookstore. There it was, without any referent, just end. It was a sign of Avatar Addydah's humor and a koan. He had his reasons for this puzzling piece of syntax. Subliminally, the end was confronting the common point of view about existence, the presumption that we live in a world of objects, of this and that's, all of which seem to imply a knowing subject. A personal self, which we call I. Avatar Adi Da addressed this common point of view in his every talk. The I, or ego, he said, does not, in fact, exist. It is an illusory presumption, but one that is universally shared, and creating the world of struggle and bewilderment that everyone suffers. He would frequently hold up his right hand to demonstrate the metaphor that had struck him years before, the contrast between the open hand and the clenched fist. He would draw people to feel that we are literally making nigh by doing a fist, by contracting awareness upon the locus of the body, and identifying with the perceiving body as self or subject in relation to all other presumed selves or objects. Summarizing all of this, Avatar Adi Da later wrote, "There is no separate self inside the body, and the body itself is not a self. Rather, the body is an irreducibly complex collection of would-be cooperative mechanisms, altogether, not merely separate, and not selfed, and not reducible to an idea, or to the thinking process, or even to a precise interior locus of being. The presumption of separate ego-I and the presumption of separate objects is simply that, a presumption, or a mental, or even total psychophysical, construct. That presumption can, therefore, be observed, understood, and transcended. However, the transcending of that presumption is not merely an intellectual matter. Fundamentally, the transcending of that presumption is a transcendental spiritual matter. The non-differentiated and indivisible current of self-radiance that is the transcendental spiritual context of the field of happening is the reality means whereby the limitation of presumed ego-I is transcended. The Alethean. This was why the relationship to Avatar Adi Da was fundamental. No merely verbal teaching, no cogent logic, no oratorical skill. No mere repetitions of the argument can talk people out of the entire point of view on existence that is created by the presumption of I. The ego presumption, as Avatar Adi Da showed, is patterning the nervous system, the structure of perception, and the microenergies of the body-mind. It cannot be undone by thinking, because thinking itself is governed by the same patterning. Realize a right view of existence. You must realize a right view of conditional existence. You stand in the position of consciousness itself, and everything that arises to consciousness is a form of free energy. Just that. Even the most solid forms are just that, and this is obvious from the disposition of consciousness itself, whereas from the point of view of the body-mind complex, it is not even obvious what the status of personal consciousness is, or the status of anything, or any state. It is just stuff, thingness. Apart from divine self-realization, the divine status of anything is not intuited or presumed. Rather, he was saying it is necessary that the body-mind be drawn into a greater field than the ego field it is creating and perpetuating. This, he said, is his function. To reveal the bright and to transmit its transcendental spiritual energy, the thumbs, so that, by turning to him, the energies of the body-mind are rephased to become resonant with the field of reality itself. In that prior field, the presumption of separateness, the I-other construct, dissolves like a mirage. This process is a spiritual matter in the most profound sense. It is transcendental physics, reality physics with a capital R. And it is governed by the principle of attraction. The body and mind of the human being goes where it is attracted. What was attracting Avatar Adi Da's devotees to him so powerfully? It was not an object of any kind, not something that could be sought and attained, but the emerging of what is, reality itself, the bright. And what did that feel like? Was it love, heartfulness, bliss, light, radiance? It was all of that, and more. It was the glimpse of what cannot be touched by birth and change and death, or diminished by any possible experience. Avatar Adi Da's purpose was to develop a way of life for human beings, based on the living knowledge of reality itself, a spiritual culture that would be new in the world. Because it would be founded from the beginning in what is, always revealed in the devotional relationship to him, rather than in any search to attain what is. He knew that this would be a profoundly difficult undertaking, but he had no mind about it, no foreknowledge of the outcome. At the beginning of 1974, Avatar Adi Da moved from Los Angeles to a magnificent property in the hills of Northern California. The Mountain of Attention Sanctuary, as he later named it, had formerly been a hot springs resort and, before that, a site sacred to the Native Americans of the area. Here, amidst rolling lawns and ancient oak trees, in the cabins, the bathhouse, and the converted buildings of the old hotel, surrounded by remote hillsides covered with manzanita brush, Avatar Adi Da was free to work with devotees in ways that he could not have sustained in an urban setting. Even while still in Los Angeles, Avatar Adi Da's manner of working had become dramatic. He had begun to reveal the limitless power of his spiritual transmission, infusing the very air with overwhelming blissful force. This force was not the Kundalini. It did not come from below, rising up the spine and stimulating subtle lights or sounds through concentration in the brain core. Avatar Adi Da's devotees were making no efforts to turn within. They were simply in his company, and wild things were happening. Some devotees shook, their bodies jerking and twisting, their mouths emitting strange sounds of yearning, laughter, weeping, hooting, and howling. Some were overwhelmed by visionary phenomena. Some were spontaneously moved into difficult hatha yoga poses which they could not have even attempted before. Some lay motionless, in an ecstatic state, oblivious of their surroundings. For some, the energy intensified in the head or the heart or the area of the navel until they felt they would explode, and then it suddenly released and rushed through the nervous system in intoxicating bliss. Others experienced a sense of unity with all of life and a peacefulness they had never known before. Was this enlightenment? No. Avatar Adi Da was always making the same lesson. The experiences, he said, sublime as they might be, are not the point. They are not it. In fact, they are deluding. This does not mean that they are to be suppressed. Rather, if such experiences arise, one just recognizes them as garbage, something to be thrown away, not hoarded or sought after. Reality itself, or the real divine, is prior to all experience, external and internal. Reality itself is the only perfect and searchless satisfaction, not any of the objects, gross or subtle, that the separate I can attain by seeking. Thus, in every moment and circumstance during these dramatic months on the mountain of attention, Avatar Adi Da was finding ways to turn his devotees to him, to the bright itself. Rather than to any of the experiences that might be triggered in the body-mind by his transmission of the bright. Avatar Adi Da's devotees knew that they were witness to a consummate divine revelation. But the divine that they recognized in their beloved master was profoundly different from popular conceptions of a creator deity. The God they had been brought up to believe in was supposed to have created and to be actively sustaining all separate selves. The transmission of Avatar Adi Da, as they were discovering, was a bright force of undifferentiated being, which, by its very nature, undermines and obliterates the self-idea. As Avatar Adi Da once expressed it, referring to how his transmission works, reality imposes itself where the ego was before. During the years of his active work of teaching, Avatar Adi Da laid the foundation for the three principal elements of the reality way of Adi Dam, the ego transcending, reality-based way of life that he had come to reveal. It was essential that he establish a way that would not depend on his ongoing face-to-face interaction with devotees, a way that would endure beyond his human lifetime. Because it would always be based in the direct locating of his bright state, and, thus, the direct locating of reality itself. The first element of the way, which he had shown to be primary from the day he opened the doors at the Melrose Ashram, was radical devotion, the turning of all the faculties of the body-mind to him. Based on responsive devotional recognition of his self-evident and avatarically self-revealed state, which is the native state of reality itself. While periods of meditation, or set-apart times for turning to him via a photographic representation, were formally established. He was passionate to show his devotees that the virtue of this radical devotion is that it can, and must, be practiced under all conditions. To demonstrate this truth with those who first came to him, Avatar Adi Da entered unreservedly into their lives, but his role was unique. He has characterized his function with his devotees over those years through the metaphor of a still pool of water, the surface of which reflects the scenes or objects that appear in the vicinity. The water is merely the medium or context of what is reflected there, just as a mirror is. The water itself is not implicated in the play of events, nor changed by them. Even as he participated fully in the lives of his devotees, Avatar Adi Da was just the water itself, the pure reflector of what the ego is, wants, and does, its anger, sorrow, fear. Its punishing rituals of rejection and betrayal, its obliviousness, its banality, its lust for attention and adoration, its failure to love, its suffering in the face of loss and death. By all kinds of skillful means, Avatar Adi Da gave ample room for every devotee to play out his or her ego patterning, and he, by the perfect remark, or shout, or silence, or gesture, or criticism, or demand, reflected back what the individual devotee, or the collective of devotees, was up to. His compassion was fathomless. There was no end to his patience, his tenderness, his humor, nor his fierceness, his power to shock an individual into feeling how he or she was doing the ego, or contracting into the fist of I. He did not care what anyone's particular qualities or characteristic ego pattern might be. It was all the same to him. His only purpose was to move his devotees to radical devotion, to turn to him, and be attracted beyond the separate self. Over and over again, he would speak in these terms. Why do you think so much? You seem to be unable to endure even a moment without another thought, without another objective experience, without something to console you, something to entertain you. Something to stimulate yourself with, something to be hopeful about. That is the ego game, the game of seeking, showing its signs of adaptation, of patterning. That game has nothing to do with the ego-transcending practice of the only by me revealed and given reality way of Adi Da. All your ordinary preoccupations from day to day, all your concerns for consolation, all your searches, adaptations, and ordinary human wants are not the reality way of Adi Da. Because such things arise, I have revealed to you how to practice the reality way of Adi Da as they arise. The reality way of Adi Da is, most fundamentally, the practice of whole bodily devotional turning to me as things arise. Therefore, the reality way of Adi Da is always, and only, the way of non-separateness, or the way of ego-surrendering, ego-forgetting, and, always directly, ego-transcending devotional, and, in due course, transcendental spiritual, communion with me, in every moment. That is the discipline, entirely and only that. Separateness, with all its effects, is an illusion. Non-separateness is the truth, the condition of reality itself. The only by me revealed and given reality way of Adi Da is a profound, and most radical, or always at the root, and most creative, and beyond wonderful, and absolute, and, truly, divine, yoga. The 7 stages of life. How does one support the practice of radical devotion in the midst of all the forms and activities of human existence? The design of what Avatar Adi Da calls right life was the second element of the reality way of Adi Da that was made clear during his teaching years. Central to the consideration were the core preoccupations of humankind, the archetypal searches associated with money, food, and sex. What does right life in the domain of money, food, and sex require? Is it necessary to go to a monastery somewhere or adopt ascetical disciplines? Avatar Adi Da would give his devotees many opportunities to try out the traditional spiritual methods, celibacy, solitude, sparse diet, little sleep, an entire life of study and meditation. And then, in an instant, just as some were beginning to feel that they were getting somewhere on this regime, he would laugh and call a party. Alternatively, when devotees had begun to feel that all that was necessary was to stay in the room with him and enjoy themselves, he would immediately restore the given life disciplines, which he had first established in the early days on Melrose Avenue in Los Angeles. The life disciplines were straightforward requirements associated with money, food, exercise, sexuality, and cooperative living. But these disciplines were not a technique for self-improvement or a way to become spiritual or earn some reward from Avatar Adi Da. Certainly, the disciplines had a valuable effect in purifying the body, calming the chaos of emotion and mind, and generally bringing order to life, but they had another, more fundamental purpose. The practice of the disciplines was always reflecting back to devotees their double-mindedness, arising as both an earnest, even puritanical, must fulfill the disciplines because it is expected disposition, and a resistive, try to get away with the minimum disposition, or, more subtly, a fudging here and there can't hurt attitude. The actual content of mind was beside the point. It was getting the reflection that mattered, the stark revelation that such double-mindedness, oppositions, and contradictions are built into the I-other view of existence. It is a machine that never stops. In later years, Avatar Adi Da gave this summary of the radical, or always at the root, self-understanding by which right life is measured in the reality way of Adi Da. Many of the problems in the world have to do with double-mindedness, the subject-object division, the body-mind division, the spirit-flesh division, the self and other division. The dividedness of human consciousness is a fundamental problem and source of problems. My revelation and address to everyone has dealt with all of this very directly, not just idealistically, but by really addressing the issues with people, without any compromise, iffiness. Self-consciousness, puritanical views, or normative pre-prescribed ideas about how it is supposed to be. During my teaching years, there was a free context of such consideration. There is also a free context of practice now, and in perpetuity, for my devotees, but based on right understanding and right life principles that have been established through the real process that I engaged with devotees during my teaching years. The realization of reality itself, which is a unique characteristic of the reality way of Adi Da, is not about some principle over against the world. Rather, the reality way of Adi Dam is about the reality which is prior to, and non-different from, the world. Thus, the reality way of Adi Dam is not about identifying with some kind of inwardness to the exclusion of so-called outwardness. It is not about divorcing the subject from the object. There are traditions that are about the excluding of outwardness or the divorcing of subject from object, but the reality way of Adi Dam is not about that. The reality way of Adi Dam is not about a method that turns away from the body and the world in order to realize the so-called self. The reality way of Adi Dam is not about any such method of concentration. To practice the reality way of Adi Dam, there must be a fundamental freedom from the self-contraction. The fundamental and radical principle of the reality way of Adi Dam is not to. Thus, the reality way of Adi Dam is not a puritanical message, nor is it a worldly message. The reality way of Adi Dam is about no problem, no search, not to. I have addressed every kind of issue in human life, from the most mundane to the most profound, in terms of this principle of no problem, no seeking, not to. As a general rule, all the methods of humankind are based on a problem. All seeking is based on a problem, to-ness of some kind of contradiction, some kind of opposition, something not satisfactory, and so looking for a solution. Or some kind of satisfactoriness to replace it. My teachings about money, food, and sex, and so forth, are radical teachings. They are not merely practical disciplines. There is a message associated with all these things that is about not to, non-divisiveness, indivisibility, freedom from double-mindedness, freedom from problem, freedom from seeking. Freedom, effectively, from solutions then, and freedom from answers also, the freedom that is in reality itself. The disciplines in the reality way of Adi Dam are not associated with problem-based living, and that is the unique characteristic of the disciplines I have given. There is no salvation through lunch or through right sexual practice. Right discipline is not about finding a solution to a problem. Right discipline is simply about right life in reality, and such right life is intrinsically ego-transcending. That is my revelation. By the later 1970s, there were signs that indicated to Avatar Adi Da that it was no longer fruitful, or even possible, to instruct all his devotees face-to-face. He was exhausted by years of submission to the state of ordinary people. Placing no restrictions on himself, he had combined with his devotees to the point, as he said, of becoming them. It had been a sacrifice that arose spontaneously in the bright. But now a change was necessary. During a period of seclusion in Hawaii, when Avatar Adi Da devoted himself to making books of his teaching, he described this new moment. I am not the usual man. My time of incarnation of him has come to an end. Now that the lessons have been given and the teaching written, there is a way for all to approach me in my purity. I choose to live privately, even outside the daily culture of devotees. This is in order to give devotees time to mature, separate from my urgency. And, at all times, I am available to them in their devotion to me. Through every moment of their practice in my transcendental spiritual company. In 1978, a small sanctuary on the island of Kauai, in Hawaii, was offered to Avatar Adi Da, and this sanctuary, for a few years, became his principal seat, where he worked with a group of devotees whom he could instruct intensively in the third essential element of the reality way of Adi Dam. Perfect knowledge, or direct identification with reality itself, always prior to the ego position. My divine transcendental spiritual current of love-bliss is resident in intimate association with the living being. It is always locatable. It is perpetually knowable. It is never lost. You are always capable of locating it, of knowing it, animating it, being it. Instead of seeking to overcome or escape boredom, doubt, and discomfort, you could directly enter into my divine transcendental spiritual current of love-bliss. That realization of existence that is prior to boredom, doubt, and discomfort. In 1983, Avatar Adi Da left Hawaii with this group of devotees and began to wander in the Fiji Islands. In a situation of extreme simplicity, on the tiny island of Nananuiare, he found an ideal circumstance for what he called the ordeal of being retreat. a process where his devotees entered into a period of solitude in order to practice perfect knowledge most intensively, according to his instruction. Enter more and more deeply into the well of being, where you always already stand. Feel the feeling of being, without the slightest regard or concern for attention and its objects. Be immersed in the conscious, native, and original feeling of being until it is realized to be happiness itself, or freedom itself. Be thus. Dwell in that, as that, unperturbed, free, self-radiant as love bliss, without qualification, beyond all need to notice the body-mind and its objects. Practice this constantly on retreat. This is true and free devotion to me. This is true and free renunciation. Therefore, this retreat is the radical, simple, or most sublime practice of devotion and renunciation. If you practice this retreat most fully, then you will know that just this practice is the way to which I am always calling you. By now, Avatar Adi Da was looking for another sanctuary, a principal hermitage that would forever be the source point of the practice of perfect knowledge, or the fullness of the reality way of Adi Da. No one knew how such a place would manifest. Nevertheless, through a remarkable sequence of events, before the end of the year, Avatar Adi Da had set foot on the Fijian island of Naitambat, which had been acquired for him as just such a hermitage. Located in the remote eastern Lao group of the Fiji Islands, almost exactly on the international date line, Naitaba, which he later named Adi Da Samraj Ashram, is, geographically, neither of the west nor the east. Avatar Adi Da had been born in New York and had grown up as a Westerner. Through his connection to Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda, he was associated with the East. Now on the speck of earth in the South Pacific, he was free to establish himself and his transcendental spiritual work as a revelation beyond both West and East. It was the dawn of a new epoch in the unfolding of his life and purpose in this world. 4. An infinite blessing impulse. In December 30th, 1983, the Fijian residents of Naitaba invited Avatar Adi Da Samraj to a celebration in his honor. Held in the Fijian village, Sukomi, Thingomi, the celebration was a lavo, or traditional feast, honoring Avatar Adi Da. Several days before his visit to Sukomi, two of the elders of the village had come to make a ceremonial offering of kava to Avatar Adi Da, approaching him in the traditional manner and inviting him to bless the resident Fijians and the village with his presence. They addressed him, in Fijian, as Dao Laloma, meaning the adept of love, recognizing him as a holy man. It was understood that, as part of Avatar Adi Da's visit to the village, he would bless the Christian church, constructed in the manner of a traditional Fijian house, or beret, in the middle of the circle of houses. The church was roofed but open at the sides, and the only piece of furniture was a pulpit. One of the elders of the village, Solomon Fino, Solo, for short, asked if he could come and sit with Dao Laloma as he blessed the church, a gesture that was deeply felt by Avatar Adi Da. The fact that Solo, a native Fijian, had an immediate devotional response to him was a sign to Avatar Adi Da that his work was moving out beyond its beginnings in the West. Over the next 2 days, which ushered in the new year, Avatar Adi Da gathered with his devotees and made a prophetic utterance without precedent in his work. In some sense, and it is real, starting with the day at Sukomi, I am not only working with those who have come to me, those who acknowledge me, my devotees, but I am specifically and directly dealing with the entire world. I have always been doing this, but, in some sense, a new stage is beginning. Therefore, this is a unique moment that marks a change, the beginning of a new stage, which you may observe. At some point, you and many others will be able to acknowledge that this new year, the day at Sukomi, this moment, is the beginning of a turnabout for this plane, this world, this place in the cosmic mandala. The God who is one is now born and living in your company and has work to do. That one is responding not only to human needs, but also to the craving of the molecules, the atoms, all the constituents of this plane of manifestation. This mighty work is showing its signs in your time, to your face, in your generation, and in all future generations. I am not telling you this so that my words will become a matter of belief. I am telling you because you are recording my words, and someday you will know that today I spoke the truth. In the meantime, what I say must not be merely a matter of belief. You must respond to me and take on the practice of this way. I must say and do everything. And, eventually, this great motion that has occurred with my birth will be acknowledged by many individuals and groups of individuals. My lifetime and the future after my lifetime will be significantly determined by the response of humanity. But my presence, my work, will be the end factor in all future time in this world. This great process began with my birth. It began with some of my past births. It has been in motion for some time. You are my devotees. I can speak to you plainly without making you fanatics. I can tell you in various moments precisely what I am about. Your true response to me is already alive. Therefore, my telling you these things is not an attempt to claim your adherence or to fascinate you. Simply record my testimony. Acknowledge whatever you can about my confession. You know the way in my company. Observe and see how it is tested in time. Eventually, you will be able, like all others, to acknowledge the significance of this birth, this incarnation. Just see how it is proven over time. You are not like a bunch of silly fools who need to be constantly jerked around by me to believe a bunch of nonsense. I am not interested at all in that kind of adherence, that kind of cultism, not at all. Nevertheless, in the company of my seriously practicing devotees, I must say what my purpose is, what my work is, what its effect will be. I must give you prophecy about it. You must find me out and know who has come into your company with this birth. More and more signs over time should indicate to you that, from now on, my work is not, and, indeed, it never has been, exclusively for you. Nor, in the future, will my work be exclusively for those who are already with me. My work is done for the sake of all beings, whether their next move is toward me or not. The divine regard is instant and constant and without complication. All the complications exist at the level of living beings. Therefore, it is living beings that must be served. Therefore, I must intervene, and I must also participate in the various levels of complication. But my fundamental act of being, and even of being born, is rather simple. Everyone, no matter what his or her notions, can respond to my blessing pouring through time and space, pouring into the places of present humankind. This is my work. The presence of God must ultimately be named. You must observe this tangible effect of my presence. You will observe reactions also, but, fundamentally, observe the fact that people worldwide are responding to a tangible presence. At first, it will be nameless, but, eventually, you will be able to tell them the name of it. Having found his principal hermitage, and seeing the response of the Fijian elder to him, Avatar Adi Da did not hold back. In this spontaneous outpouring, he confessed his nature and purpose as the incarnation of reality itself, born to transform the destiny of humanity, not merely to call a few people around him, or to be the object of cultic belief. His establishing himself at Adi Da Samraj ashram was not a withdrawal from the world, but a universalizing of his transcendental spiritual influence, as events would soon show. By the end of 1985, after 2 years at Adi Da Samraj ashram, Avatar Adi Da's teaching work with his devotees had reached a pitch of almost intolerable intensity. Avatar Adi Da's devotees found that they could not move in any direction without seeing their search for self-fulfillment, feeling the futility of that, and yet clinging on at the same time. Even clinging harder as the intensity grew. Avatar Adi Da knew that in such a circumstance, one is ripe for the other construct to fall apart. The fist spontaneously relaxes and becomes an open hand. Such had been his own experience at Columbia. On that auspicious night in 1960, as he sat at his desk in his apartment near the university, all the extremity of his seeking had gathered into a singleness, and, in some profound revolution in consciousness, fallen away. Suddenly, the infinite, unqualified power of the bright had taken over his body-mind, dissolving every shred of dilemma and seeking, and establishing the direct, all liberating knowledge of reality itself. Avatar Adi Da wanted to give the same gift to his devotees. He called on them with tremendous passion to give their hearts and lives entirely to him and let the power of his transmission open up the hand. And he was devastated by a withholding in them that he could not penetrate. They had not yet exhausted their ordinary hopefulness that life could somehow work out and were afraid to enter fully into the great and knowable process of ego surrender. In the early hours of January 11, 1986, Avatar Adi Da was in his room, speaking over an intercom telephone to a small group of devotees in the next building. He freely expressed his agony at the limitations in their response to him and his grief at the plight of beings everywhere. But the impasse was complete. He felt that his work had failed and that he could do no more in the body. His death, he felt, was imminent. He even said, "May it come quickly." As he continued to speak on the telephone, he described the feeling of the life force leaving his body. He felt numbness coming up his arms, and he said it seemed that his death was occurring at that very moment. Avatar Adi Da dropped the telephone. In alarm and panic, devotees rushed over to his house to find him collapsed by the side of his bed. His body was still, with occasional shaking. His eyes were rolled up into his head, a sign that the energies of the body had ascended beyond the physical dimension. There was no sign of any outer awareness at all. Several doctors among the devotees present ran immediately to his side to check his life signs and to lift him onto his bed. They found that his vital signs were present, although his breathing was almost imperceptible. Faced with the terrible shock of finding their master in this state, all the devotees were calling out to him, begging him not to die, not to leave them. They could not contain themselves. Each, in his or her own way, was doing whatever he or she could to draw Avatar Adi Da back into the body. After a time, Avatar Adi Da made a slight gesture, which his devotees understood to indicate his desire to sit up. They pulled him upward, supporting his torso. Suddenly, the life force shot through his body. His arms flung out in an arc, and his body straightened. His face contorted into a wound of love, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Avatar Adi Da began to rock forward and backward in a rhythm of sorrow. He reached out his hands, as though he were reaching out to touch everyone in a universal embrace. He whispered, in a voice choked with passion, 4 billion people. The 4 billion. In these faint words, as he reintegrated with bodily consciousness, Avatar Adi Da gave the first sign of what had just taken place in him. A transformation so far-reaching that he would speak of this day as his real birthday. Over the following weeks and years, he described something of the mystery of what had happened. While his body swooned away, the bright had descended all the way to the toes, as he later said, of his human form. Now there was only the bright itself, nakedly present in perfect coincidence with his human form. In the first moments of opening his eyes to see his devotees gathered around him, Avatar Adi Da felt the immediate change. He felt himself as bright reality itself in limitless connection to the human state. He was now extended infinitely beyond the body, and the mortal fragility and sorrow of every one of the, then, 4 billion human beings on earth were now his, from the inside out. He was thus enabled to kiss all beings, as he put it, and to brighten the entire human event as never before. Participate in this glorious possibility. Great event is involved in my life. It has been said of past incarnations of the divine that only the most intimate devotees of an adept can know who that one is and understand the significance of that presence. That is nonsense. Perhaps it tended to work out that way, but the divine does not enter into human form to be known by a few intimates. I am here to be known by everyone. There is no law in the universe that says I can be known as I am by only a few. I can be known as I am by everyone, and I will not be satisfied by anything less. I may be forced to put up with something less, but I will not be satisfied with it. You must know me. Be awakened into this passion of life that I have for you and that you must have for me. Be changed by that passion, be liberated, made happy, made creative, made human by it. All who have cited me have this obligation. All my devotees, having listened to me, must locate me as I am altogether, and all of you must be agency for who I am. The purpose of my birth is to transform humankind, everyone, human history, by bringing you through this terrible transition in which you now find yourselves. My divine avataric birth is an epic moment of transcendental spiritual intervention, and you are showing the same reluctance that has always appeared in those associated with adepts in the past. This moment, however, is more important than any moment in the past. When you have passed through this crisis of growth, you will begin to understand what has happened, what force has been brought into the flesh through my divine avataric birth. I hope that moment will occur before I die, before this body dies. That is what I mean when I say, maybe the big one will win this time. It very well could happen that way. It should. That is my purpose. The purpose of my divine avataric birth is not for me to be remembered and acknowledged and glorified after my lifetime, but to be approached, acknowledged, communed with while alive. So that when this body dies, that communion will not be broken. This birth will then be a tool for the transformation of humanity altogether. This is my purpose. It is true for every single individual who approaches me. Every single one is called by me, every single one is loved by me, every single one I embrace. What you surrender to is what glorifies you, awakens you, expands the sphere of your existence, and brings you into A. After the event of January 11, 1986, Avatar Adi Da Samraj's primary purpose was now that of revelation, simply to demonstrate and reveal what is. Not only when he was engaged in silent sittings with devotees, but under all ordinary conditions. He began a fast, taking only fruit and vegetable juices, which continued from March to July of 1986. His body was purifying and releasing all that he had taken on bodily and psychically in his teaching years, such that the pristine radiance of his person was becoming overwhelming. Even as his body grew thinner, his eyes burned in their sockets with the bright luminosity of reality itself. The great Avatar's deepest impulse was now to enable people everywhere to recognize reality itself through the mere sighting of him, and to become his devotees. For the sake of perfecting that recognition as a permanent and unbroken realization. And so, in the middle of May that year, Avatar Adi Da left his Fijian hermitage and traveled to the Mountain of Attention in California, where, in the course of several weeks, he sat silently with over 1,000 people, not only his present devotees, but many others, who gratefully embraced the opportunity to come into his presence. On May 18, 1986, Avatar Adi Da called all his devotees together to hear him read the Lion Sutra, a new text he had just written about the perfect practice, or ultimate practice, of the reality way of Adi Da. The Lion Sutra was like nothing he had previously written. It gave no attention to the ego's questions and point of view, but spoke only of reality itself, and of the direct locating or knowing of reality itself through radical devotion to him. And he spoke of what his teaching years had truly been about. I disciplined myself to conform my own body-mind to my would-be devotees, and I gave, or love submitted, myself to them, to each one as my beloved, reflecting each to each, as a mirror does, or a desert pond, to suddenly awaken Narcissus to the water itself, or the only, and non-separate, one who is. By means of my bright, unbroken, and unending, and perfectly divine avataric incarnation light. When that revelation was complete, I was released of the necessity to teach, or ever to mirror, my first listeners, by the submission-method of becoming like the world. Therefore, when the teaching, or the water's work, was done, I set my heart free in my eternal place, the spherical space, where I am forever bright as one. Henceforth, my beloved, everyone, my silent sign. And all my gathered words and image art must teach you, one and all, and I am only standing free, to spirit bless you, all and all. The Lion Sutra. The way of life to which Avatar Adi Da was calling all his listeners was an inherently renunciate way of life, as he described throughout the Lion Sutra and other writings. But renunciate in a new sense. The renunciation of which he spoke was fundamentally different from the traditional understanding. He did not mean a strategy of giving things up in order to get to the divine or to some state of enlightenment or God union. Rather, the renunciation that he awakens in his devotees appears spontaneously and on the basis of a perfect obviousness, once he, as the avatar of reality itself, is tacitly known or recognized. At the Mountain of Attention, Avatar Adi Da wanted to extend the opportunity of this devotional recognition of him to as many people as possible. Just the sighting of him, overpoweringly radiant and sublime, communicated his simple and ultimate message. Reality itself is perfect satisfaction, and once truly known, there is nothing in life that can compare to it, nothing else that can capture the heart or be truly fulfilling. In that case, the basic aspects of life, including money, food, and sex, are naturally economized, no longer goals to be pursued. Similarly, no attainment in the world, or attachment to relations or possessions, is able to bind or absorb the life of the devotee, even while he or she remains a participant in ordinary human matters and relationships. I am the only revelation. My teaching word is a summary revelation, for use in ego-transcending practice, in resort to me altogether. But I am the only revelation. I, myself, am sufficient. Allowing yourself to be transformed in devotional communion with me is fundamental practice for all beings in this world, and all worlds or planes. To allow one's very existence to serve me, to be attentive to me, to love me, to be breathed by me, is the transmission circumstance in which I am realized. It is the transmission circumstance in which I grant my divine avataric blessing. It is the transmission circumstance in which the process of realizing me is entered into and proceeds to realization. The way I give is simply this: constant remembrance of me, attention to me, mind for me, feeling me, loving me, breathing me, constant service to me. Just this, in the context of real and right relationship to me, rightly acknowledged by me, rightly cultivated by my devotee. This is the fundamental ego-transcending practice that anyone can do. Radical devotion, the constant turning of mind, emotion, body, and breath to him. Right life, bringing order to the wandering energies of body and mind through the given disciplines, and thus supporting the constant devotional turning to him. And perfect knowledge, or the direct locating of reality itself, which knowledge he is always transcendentally spiritually transmitting. These are the fundamental elements of the reality way of Adi Da as Avatar Adi Da had given, in essence from the beginning, and as he formally established in 1986. Also at this time, Avatar Adi Da was working intensively to establish the 5 formal orders as the context of practice for his devotees. In his final descriptions, his beginning devotees who embrace the full practice of radical devotion, right life, and perfect knowledge 25 form the Melrose Lay Congregationist order of Adi Da Samraj. Those who fully adapt to the foundation stages may, if they are so moved, enter the Clear Lake Forward Lay Congregationist order of Adi Da Samraj. To prepare for and then enter the transcendentally spiritually initiated practice of Adi Da. Those who are awakened to the profundity of the perfect practice of the reality way of Adi Da are members of either the Muliwai Lay Renunciate order of Adi Da Samraj or the Naitaba Ruchira Sannyasin order of Adi Da Samraj. And, within the Ruchira Sannyasin order, those divinely enlightened, 7th stage, devotees who manifest the profoundest signs of divine indifference. In the sense of utter non-strategic abiding in the depth of reality itself, such that all functional obligations are allowed to fall away, form the Saptana Sannyasin order of Adi Da Samraj. Avatar Adi Da himself is the Paramasaptana Sannyasin, or the Supreme Saptana Sannyasin, eternally divinely indifferent, while yet eternally working for the divine liberation of all beings. The impulse to establish these orders was founded in his fierce intention to plant in the world a sacred culture that would be the vehicle of his avataric work forever beyond his human lifetime. And, as demonstrated in some of the great religious and spiritual traditions of humankind, he knew that it is the renunciates who, in his words, have utterly understood the madness of this world, that guarantee the integrity of the tradition and act as living reminders to the lay practitioners of the real nature of existence and the illusions of bondage to this world. It was not that Avatar Adi Da expected all his devotees to be formal renunciates, rather, he expected that all embrace the inherently renunciate, ego-transcending nature of the way he had given, and find their right place at any given time within the culture of the five orders. In 1986, Avatar Adi Da died to his former submission to teach. And, from that time, he spontaneously manifested the freedom of divine indifference. From California to New York to London, Paris, and Amsterdam, Avatar Adi Da continued to travel in the summer of 1986, silently giving his blessing regard to all who came visibly into his sphere. And to who knows what beings and forces only he could see and touch. He made a point of visiting places of great religious significance in the West: Stonehenge, Glastonbury, Westminster Abbey in England, Sacré-Cœur in Paris, and St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. Those devotees who traveled with him could feel that, by spending time in these places, Avatar Adi Da was contacting deep spiritual impulses in people everywhere. Realizing some aspect of his desire to kiss all the inhabitants of Earth. I, Carolyn Lee, first came into the physical presence of Avatar Adi Da during that summer of 1986. Although I had recently become his formal devotee, I had little knowledge of the preceding years of his work and had heard only the briefest description of what had occurred on January 11, 1986. It had been through reading the published books of his teaching that I had come to recognize Avatar Adi Da as a unique being and become his devotee. Seeing him in person was the confirmation of what I had already intuited. When he came into the room, in Holland, where European devotees had gathered to see him, it was not merely an enlightened human being who entered the space. What came into the room was an immense intensification of being, of consciousness, a light not of this world. I recognized the bright of which he spoke in his books. And Avatar Adi Da's human body, like all else in the room, was appearing to arise in and as the bright, and not merely to generate it. His eyes scanned the room as he sat in silence. As I gazed at him, I lost my anchor in the room. My point of view became fluid, no longer fixed to the body. It was as though I were seeing Avatar Adi Da in the whole space from different places in the room, and, for periods of time, all the apparent objects, including Avatar Adi Da's body, faded in an all-consuming radiance. I blinked often, but the radiance did not diminish. It was not a merely visual phenomenon. Afterward, what remained was an unutterable heartfulness and peace, a certainty of being, deathless and absolute, and the recognition that Avatar Adi Da conveyed that, transmitted that, was that. For a time, the mind was forgotten in this unspeakable contemplation. But then the mind kicked in. What had happened? There were no stored categories of experience in the memory by which to classify it. I could not say it was a religious experience, nor a mystical experience, nor a psychological experience. It was not a loss of awareness, or a dream. What had been revealed had no content. It was not any merely conditional, or passing, state. From the first moment, it was paradoxically clear that what was happening was not about me, or my experience, or my life. It was a tacit, transcendent knowledge, which, over time, I came to express to myself and others along these lines: nothing is the same. Adi Da is not merely a person, or a master. He is an event, an intervention, a happening of supreme significance for human beings. He is, by his mere presence here, answering, revealing, demonstrating the root state of the world and of human life and death, and of all myth, religion, and philosophy. At the time of this first sighting of Avatar Adi Da, I held an academic post in an Irish university, and I was spending most of the summer in London, engaged in historical research. For over 15 years, I had gone regularly to the British Library, then housed in the Venerable British Museum, one of the largest repositories on earth of the artifacts of human culture. After returning from Holland, I went again to the British Library and was working one day in the august wood-paneled room set aside for the study of early printed books. At one point, I rose to consult a Greek dictionary, and in the moment of pulling it off the shelf, I was blown out of my ordinary point of view. The force of this shift was such that I almost dropped the book. At the time, I was clearly wide awake and engaged in no particular reverie. But I suddenly saw that everything I was doing in following my particular line of research, everything that countless people, great and humble, had ever done in this place, All the books that resided here, all the manuscripts, all the papyri, all this ocean of human knowledge, was about one activity, the search for truth, for meaning. And it was always being carried out by this or that thinking mind, this or that persona, looking at a tiny slice of reality from its particular point of view, its apparent spot in the universe. And I saw that the entire British Museum was a tour of mind, the human mind as a totality, fecund with ideas in their infinite complexity, but empty of ultimacy. This takes time to describe, but it was an instant revelation, not a process of thought. And what I knew in the same instant was that all of that search was now rendered unnecessary. That which all of the human endeavor had been struggling to find, to achieve, happiness, or the divine, or the deathless, unborn state, or the truth beyond all arguments and conditions, had come. Adi Da, the intervention of the bright, the avatar of the divine reality, had appeared, not to nullify the value of human knowledge for all its useful purposes, but to reveal and awaken people to the very context of human life and knowledge, reality itself, in which all the dimensions of this apparent reality arise and pass. And I trembled with awe at this revelation, which had come upon me out of the blue, an effect, I knew, of the spiritual influence of Avatar Adi Da. When I resumed my seat, all the leather-bound volumes around the walls of the great room looked like elegant furnishings on a stage set. That moment is as vivid, 30 years later, as the day it happened. But the revelation has grown deeper through the experience of living in Avatar Adi Da's company and seeing myriad signs of how he is spiritually combined and always mysteriously working with the world's past, present, and future from the source point. But in 1986, the work of his divine kiss was just beginning, and his devotees had no real comprehension of what he was doing during his travels that year. However, there is a traditional understanding, once expressed by Swami Vivekananda, that the avatar endures profound bodily sufferings to purify the world. The guru has to bear the disciples' burden of sin, and that is the reason why diseases and ailments appear even in the bodies of powerful acharyas, spiritual teachers. It is easier to become a Jivan Mukta, free in this very life, than to be an acharya. For the former knows the world as a dream and has no concern with it, but an acharya knows it as a dream and yet has to remain in it and work. It is not possible for everyone to be an acharya. He is an acharya through whom the divine power acts. The body in which one becomes an acharya is very different from that of any other man. There is a science for keeping that body in a perfect state. His is the most delicate organism, very susceptible, capable of feeling intense joy and intense suffering. In 1986, such indications began to manifest without a doubt in Avatar Adi Da. During a visit to Westminster Abbey, surrounded by the tombs of the leading figures of English history, he began to experience difficult symptoms in his body. Later that day, while he was being driven to Glastonbury in the southwest of England, the symptoms intensified, such that, by the time the party arrived at a guest house in Glastonbury, severe muscle spasms had begun, and Avatar Adi Da had to be helped up the stairs and into a bath of hot water. All that those around him knew was that this was not a normal illness. Avatar Adi Da became well enough in the next day or two to visit the sites of Glastonbury, a sacred place since Celtic times, and a place of Christian worship for some 1500 years. He stood in the ruins of the abbey, the richest and largest monastery in medieval England, and one of those most bitterly suppressed at the time of the Reformation. Avatar Adi Da placed his staff with perfect concentration on the spot marked as the high altar. He stood thus for several minutes. At another moment, he climbed the famous hill called Glastonbury Tor, which towers over the town, commanding a view of 5 counties. There, in the ruins of the tower of an ancient church set on the hilltop, Avatar Adi Da sat alone for some time, wrapped in a blanket, as the winds that surround the Tor ripped through the empty tower unabated. What he saw, or felt, or did remains unknown. It was not merely England and continental Europe that Avatar Adi Da wanted to visit. He spoke of a world tour, for the past events and epical forces which had shaped human lives in previous times and places had now been succeeded by the global threats affecting everyone. The world is on a pivot of history. The future of the next several decades can become a colossal terror of disorder. Now that my teaching work is done, my purpose in blessing all and calling all to practice in my company is to have an historical impact on a large scale, so that the current trend of history can be sufficiently purified to allow this pivotal period to have an auspicious result. After several months, Avatar Adi Da returned to his sanctuary in Fiji. The full world tour he envisioned at that time did not manifest. There was much still to be done to establish a culture of response to what he had come to reveal. The following more than a decade of his life, whether in his hermitage or in various travels around the world, whether working directly with devotees or in unseen dimensions, laid further foundations of instruction and revelation, such that his universal impulse could be fulfilled. What Avatar Adi Da had been doing during his travels of 1986, and what he continued to do thereafter, is suggested in an utterance he made some years later. I am dwelling here and everywhere in the cosmic domain, moment by moment, constantly dissolving a sorrow more immense than you can contemplate or imagine. The overcoming of universal egoic sorrow and fear and anger, the overcoming in and as everyone and all of the imposition of apparent difference, of mortality, of change, is the radiant bright nature of my divine avataric work. The need of listening. 5. Ordeal at the brightness. Early in 1999, Avatar Adi Da Samraj was residing at a house that overlooks the ocean far up on the northern California coast. Suddenly, on the morning of February 21, 1999, without any warning, he left the house, indicating to his driver that he wanted to go straight to Los Angeles, and thence immediately to Fiji. When he finally stepped ashore on his island hermitage, on February 23, Fiji time, Avatar Adi Da did not pause for any greetings, but went straight to a small house by the beach at which he sometimes stayed. One of his first requests was that the island's shortwave radio be installed in the house, a sure sign that he was intent on listening to the world news. In the course of the next day, Avatar Adi Da spoke of the very serious situation in Yugoslavia relative to the confrontation between the Serbs and the Kosovar Albanians. At the time Avatar Adi Da had left California, the peace talks then in progress at Rambouillet, near Paris, had reached an impasse, and, unless a breakthrough occurred, NATO was committed to a bombing campaign. In fact, the day after Avatar Adi Da arrived at his Fijian hermitage, a limited resolution was achieved. This was as much as could be done for today, was Avatar Adi Da's only remark. During the following days, Avatar Adi Da had continuous symptoms of heart stress that became severe. While there was some concern that he might be about to have a heart attack, Avatar Adi Da's doctor established that this was not the cause of the symptoms, which could only be attributed to the effects of his blessing work. Such symptoms, as Avatar Adi Da had explained before, were a sign of his blessing being resisted. If these symptoms become extreme, his hold on the body would become tenuous, and a profound anguish for the world would pour out of him, often in the form of fierce criticism of the egoity of devotees and humanity in general. On March 10, Avatar Adi Da spoke fiercely to a devotee attending him, "Wake up and see what is happening here, and do something about it. This body is dying and the world is destroying itself." Minutes later, Avatar Adi Da called for a car and asked to be driven to Atmanati Shakti Loka, also known simply as the Brightness, the holiest place on the island, which he had established as his future burial site. The Brightness Temple is a simple white building, situated in a high meadow on a ridge in the middle of the island, looking out to the ocean. Covered with a thigh-deep mat of tough native grass, the soil at the top is red volcanic clay studded with limestone outcrops and calcite crystals. The place is completely secluded, but also exposed, with no surrounding trees to block the sun and wind. It was generally visited only by Avatar Adi Da himself and the few devotees designated to take care of it. Upon his arrival at the Brightness, Avatar Adi Da went to a small room furnished as a bedroom for him and stayed alone, listening to the news on the shortwave radio. He had entered into a period of intense austerity, aware, by his own supernormal means, of what this conflict could become, if not reined in. For the next 43 days, Avatar Adi Da stayed alone at the Brightness, involved in the most difficult work with the world that his devotees had ever seen him endure. He was so fiercely concentrated in that work that he would often not allow his devotees to offer even basic services for him. The renunciate devotees who attended Avatar Adi Da at the brightness during those days felt as if the war were physically occurring there. It was like being on the front line of a battlefield. The thunder was so loud it shook the body like a barrage of artillery fire. And the lightning was so bright that it lit up the whole field, as if from explosives. A tent erected close to the brightness temple would sometimes be nearly lifted off the ground by the strength of the wind. The agitation in the atmosphere altogether was extreme. The brightness. In the early hours of April 2nd, a terrific bolt of lightning struck, immediately followed by a vast thunderous cracking noise, as if the sky were splitting. The ground shook. The whole sky over the brightness was lit up like a dome, for a few seconds, by the blinding light. In the next day or two, Avatar Adi Da noticed that the eternal light that should have been burning at the highest point on the island had gone out. 2 devotees made the rugged climb up to the top to see what had happened. When they got there, they were astonished to discover that the sacred site had been struck by lightning during the storm that occurred early on April 2nd. Miraculously, the site was completely intact and undamaged, but there was a dramatic change to the surrounding ground, which had shifted and sunk up to 16 inches below the previously existing level. The ground was black and charred, and there was a faint, lingering smell of burned material. As they stood there, surveying the damage, a very light rain fell and a double rainbow appeared over the ocean, leaving a deep, tangible sense of Avatar Adidydah's blessing working at the depth of the conflict. Since Avatar Adi Da had returned to Adi Da Samraj ashram, the atmosphere over the whole island, not merely high up at the brightness, had been thick with unseen forces, not ghosts or spirits, but greater powers and energies not of this world. The storms were supernatural in their elemental force and intense, oppressive energy field. To live at Adi Da Samraj ashram at that time was to live on a cosmic battlefield. Even when it was not raining and the steamy tropical heat took over, there was frequent heat lightning, flickering and shooting around the horizon like strobe lighting in a great theater. Devotees and native islanders who had lived there for many years, in and out of the wet seasons, knew that this was not ordinary weather. By mid-April, some 650 NATO airstrikes a day were bearing down on Serbian targets, and Avatar Adi Da was rarely leaving his room except across the field to his bathhouse. His body was covered with rashes, and one devotee who sometimes sat outside ready to attend him, should it be needed during the night, heard him speaking, while apparently asleep, in what sounded to her like Slavic tongues. During this time, Avatar Adi Da drew his devotees into his vigil. For a period of several weeks, devotees in each regional community would gather each night at a central house to invoke Avatar Adidydah's blessing for peace in Kosovo, remaining together to eat and to sleep. This, devotees felt, was a way to offer a conduit for his work with the situation in Kosovo and the world. At a later time, Avatar Adi Da said that the field of supernormal energy phenomena then occurring around him was not just about the Kosovo war, but about all kinds of threats that could affect the possibility of humankind's survival. The lightning, he said, was in his room. But the real battleground was not even his room. It was his body, which was gripped in a monumental struggle with dark forces that were not local, not even of Earth merely, but of cosmic dimensions. Throughout this time, as he explained, Avatar Adi Da had to do everything possible to keep the dark invasion from coming down into his body, for his body had no defenses. The head was wide open, without the armoring and locks on the brain that characterize an ordinary person. The thunder and lightning were literally the effects of his work above the body, to brighten an impending evil. But as the days passed without any relief in terms of positive signs in the world, his body began to weaken, and the point came where he could no longer keep the battle above the head. Then the darkness started to come down into his body and fry the nervous system. On the morning of April 22nd, Avatar Adi Da did not call on the shortwave radio to indicate that he had arisen until unusually late. The devotees who then went up to Avatar Adidydah's room found him sitting on the bed, his body doubled up with muscle spasms. His face and his body were bright red, and he had a fever of 103 degrees Fahrenheit. All of his energy was in his head, his hands and feet were ice cold. Nevertheless, in spite of his physical condition, Avatar Adi Da wanted the news update, which was given to him. In the news update, there was not only a report about the situation in Kosovo, which had just suffered the heaviest day of bombing in the war so far, but also of the Columbine school shootings in Littleton, Colorado, which happened on the same day. While he could scarcely speak at the time, and while his body was in contortions with muscle spasms, Avatar Adi Da nevertheless found words to express his extreme pain and concern for the plight of humankind. He repeated much of what he had been saying in recent weeks about the seriousness of the signs in the world, and of the inevitable darkness to come unless a great change of heart and action came over humanity. He was also very aware of the approaching turn of the millennium and of the potential perils associated with that transition. And he spoke further of his urgency that humanity in general, including its leaders, become conscious of the extreme danger into which the world was sliding on many fronts, which, he said, would soon, even within the next 2 years, be very difficult to reverse. On September 11, 2001, the day of the most devastating terrorist attacks in the history of the United States, some of his devotees would remember what he had said at this time. Finally, the spasms and the chills became so severe that Avatar Adi Da said he would have to leave the brightness. Immediately, devotees brought him back to his residence and immersed his body in a hot bath. Later, Avatar Adi Da wrote of the supernormal signs that had attended his seclusion at the brightness. During that period of time, I was minimally associated with the body because the force of my transcendental spiritual work was located almost entirely above the body. As a result, there was, throughout that period of 43 days, a tremendous force of pressure in the head, and that pressure was synchronous with constant external signs of rainstorms, thunder, lightning, and heat lightning in the environment. Throughout my time of seclusion at the brightness, and ever since that time, I had to struggle in order to remain associated with the body. I was required to work persistently and with enormous intensity to bring the natural life energy and my own divine transcendental spiritual energy down into the body. Through the evening of April 21st and continuing into the early morning hours of April 22nd, a spontaneous process began to develop and powerful symptoms began to appear in the body. It fried the life seat of the kidneys and the adrenals, and then fried the lower body altogether, and finally fried the entire body. All of the systems in the body began to break down, and, indeed, the entire body itself began to break down, to such an extent that I nearly lost my association with physically incarnate existence altogether. That entire syndrome can be characterized as my being thrown out of the body and up into the divine bright spherical self-domain of eternal light by the force of resistance to me that was being manifested in the gathering of my devotees and in the world altogether. My departure from the brightness on April 22nd was a profound turning point in my struggle. I had done everything necessary and possible to do. And, from that time, I am, now, and forever hereafter, simply waiting to see whether people choose to respond to me. At the brightness, I was fried to death and spit out, such that I could do my world work of merely standing here to bless the need of listening. In the course of the Kosovo War, a devotee of Avatar Adi Da who was working in the Refugee Commission of the United Nations asked Avatar Adi Da if he would write an open letter to the human family about the urgent issues facing humanity. Avatar Adi Da immediately did so, and his passionate statement was published and privately conveyed to individuals in positions of influence. It was an early version of what would later be elaborated in his book Not to His Peace, his calling for humanity to abandon its tribal conflicts and lose face together, to deal with all global issues on the basis of recognizing the prior unity in which everything is inherently connected, rather than separatively destroying the possibility of civilized life on the planet. And to establish and maintain this transformation, Avatar Adi Da emphasized the necessity for a new structure of human cooperative order in the form of a global cooperative forum, a rightly functioning and truly all-inclusive global cooperative forum based upon the working principle of the prior unity of all of humankind. Human beings must accept, with humility, that their rightful position, and that of everyone, in the naturally indivisible world family of Earthkind, including humankind, is not the ego place of prior disunity, and, thus, of separateness, separativeness, domination, and control, but the hard place of prior unity, and, thus, of ego-transcending cooperation and tolerance. Indeed, this call to right life and peace is a great and absolute moral law, which I have epitomized in the formula C plus T equals P, or cooperation plus tolerance equals peace. It is absolutely essential that the universal collective of humankind formally embrace and really enact this universal moral disposition. Not to is peace. 6. Divine Translation. The days at the brightness were the beginning of a new mode of Avatar Addydh's life and work, precipitated by the darkness that he saw coming upon the world. Spontaneously, and by necessity, he was now concentrated in working transcendentally spiritually above the body with subtle forces so dark that he did not hesitate to call them evil. The crisis of being almost thrown out of the body on April 22 was the beginning of what he later described as a restructuring of the superphysics by which he maintained contact with the physical dimension, the full implications of which would be revealed the following year. At the beginning of July 1999, Avatar Adi Da Samraj left his Fijian hermitage for Hawaii, his body devastated by what he had endured. A few months later, at Delavananda Mahal Sanctuary on Kauai, he said that the dark time had reached the darkest of points. Day and night, he was besieged by suffering faces. He was working, he said, to relieve the fundamental agony of human beings relative to mortality. Humankind's dilemma, he said, is not knowing what reality is. His entire life purpose had been to heal this ignorance, to reveal the deathless reality and enable beings to realize it. And he was soon to do this in a conclusive and perfect form. Later in 1999, Avatar Adi Da left Hawaii for the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary, and in early April 2000, he traveled by car up the north coast of California into Oregon and Washington. To the small group of devotees traveling with him, he expressed his urge to wander wherever he was moved to go, just as he had wished to do in 1986. He required complete freedom and protection, as he explained, for the all-consuming requirements of his blessing work. He spoke of how profoundly he needed not only physical care and support from his devotees, but the signs of their devotion and sensitivity to his transcendental spiritual state. Under all circumstances, such recognition of him as the living presence of reality itself, and, therefore, of the unique importance of what he was doing, was the only healing influence for his body. As his doctors well knew, there was nothing they could do by conventional medical means to ease the suffering incurred by his blessing work. I am not built in such a manner that I can be a public figure. Therefore, I have to live in a secluded circumstance. The energy involved in my work of connecting to the world is so intense that I can hardly tolerate it. You could not even comprehend it. My experience is everyone. I extend out and I touch you. When my divine transcendental spiritual body extends out, its touch touches everyone. Everyone has felt my transcendental spiritual touch, whether they are consciously aware of it or not. I am touching everyone now. If you were to lie down and extend your body and touch someone's body, he or she would feel it. Well, I am extended everywhere like that. I am experiencing all as my own form. By April 12th, the journey up the coast had brought him to Lopez Island, a small island in the San Juan archipelago, in the far northwest of the United States, a place he had never been before. During the preceding days, Avatar Adi Da had been physically weak to the point where he would sometimes have to be supported while walking, or wheeled in a wheelchair. And it was clear to the devotees attending him that Avatar Adi Da was having difficulty staying in the body. In the afternoon, on the journey by ferry to Lopez Island, his symptoms became alarming. Upon arrival at the house where he was to stay, it seemed that immersion in the hot water of the jacuzzi might ease his symptoms, as it had done in the past. However, on this occasion, his symptoms grew worse, and he was soon so ill that he had to be carried out of the jacuzzi. By now, he was fighting to maintain his connection to the physical. Avatar Adi Da was laid on an easy chair with his close devotees at his side. They were massaging him with all their strength, weeping, and speaking to him with great passion and intention, calling him down into the body. Avatar Addydh's eyes also were flowing with tears, and his hands and feet were cold and numb. He felt great pressure on his chest and had difficulty breathing. Both of his arms and hands would continuously cramp up and convulse. As he said later, numbness was creeping up the body, even as far as the eyes. After his physician arrived, Avatar Addydh was moved onto the bed. At first, he was lying down, but then he had to be propped up on the bed, supported from behind by a devotee. He could not afford to lie down or close his eyes, because the body's energies were ascending way up out of the physical dimension. He said several times, "Let me see my feet," so that he could try to locate himself down in the physical. He was also turned slightly toward the window, seeming to want to see the expanse of water, which was still visible in the dimming light of early evening. The numbness of his face and throat made it difficult for Avatar Addydh to speak. But focusing on the faces of his intimate devotees and feeling their love and devotion seemed to help him keep a thread of connection to the body. The room was suffused with his love and a divine radiance and quiet. Avatar Addydh would keep reminding his devotees to warm the extremities of his body. He said, "If I close my eyes, I am going to be in my room, not your room. You do not know what my room is like. You must bring me down into the body." At one point, his eyes closed for a while, and his face took on an expression of the purest bliss. When his eyes opened slightly, he said softly, "I am here. Can you see me up here?" His devotees said, "Yes." It was true. His light was dissolving their perception of the room. He was infinitely above and beyond the apparent here where they were. Then he continued, in a very soft voice, "My room is larger than you think. I close my eyes and I am in my room, infinitely beyond. This is just a small version of it." He looked around slowly at his devotees as he went on, "But this place is good for love." He was quiet then for a long time. During this time, Avatar Addydh's physician had called an ambulance, and Avatar Addydh was eventually taken to the small medical clinic on Lopez Island. As his devotees suspected, the doctor on duty was able to confirm that Avatar Addydh was not suffering from a heart attack or any other illness that could be medically diagnosed. And so his devotees took him back to the house, where his struggle to remain associated with the body, though now less acute, went on for hours, days, and weeks. The following day, and then, over time, more fully, Avatar Addydh spoke of what had happened in his experience. He spoke of a swooning sensation, the body tingling and fainting away, and then the arising of a very high-pitched current of sound, which indicated to him that he was leaving the physical realm. Then I stood at and as the bright white center infinitely above. It was an instantaneous non-different realization of that condition of all love bliss. Utterly without the perspective of time and space. There was no transitional process, no transition out of involvement in the gross dimension of conditional reality, or any transitional passage through the various subtle dimensions of conditional reality. The ascent was immediate and unmediated, with no transitional process of lower to higher. I was simply established as the transcendental spiritual bright itself. Effectively, it was death, in terms of the body. There was no bodily awareness, although it was certainly not a circumstance of unconsciousness. It was the infinitely profound swoon of outshining. The knee of listening. In the course of his discourses over the years, Avatar Addydh had spoken of enlightenment as most perfect identification with the bright, such that the presumed difference between I and other and world is utterly dissolved, and all objects and all knowledge and all states, waking, dreaming, or sleeping, are recognized as mere modifications of the unbroken radiant field of reality itself. But he described this unique realization not as an endpoint, but as the initiation of a further, and most ultimate, process of divine brightening, or outshining. In this final process, the light of reality itself becomes overwhelming, and all conditions fade, or cease to be noticed, while the body drops away in death. He called this process divine translation, or literally, a crossing over into the unknowable bright itself. In the event at Lopez Island, Avatar Adi Da found himself suddenly, without warning, demonstrating this very process of divine translation. But he was not moved to leave the body yet. His work as the bright in human form was not done. And so, in the midst of what was otherwise certain death, emotion arose, drawing him back into this realm. Avatar Adi Da's descriptions of how he experienced the return to physical awareness are far beyond ordinary comprehension, but they convey a sense of this ultimately unspeakable process. He describes a perception of concentric spheres of light, which he calls the cosmic mandala, the subtle light vibration made up of all the worlds and planes that exist. The predominant colors are brilliant blue near the center and yellow-red at the outer edge. And he comments that these subtle light spheres have been spoken of in esoteric sources, sometimes as the rainbow body, but, in the traditional sources, the lights are seen in a progressive journey out of the body. In Avatar Addy's case, the process was in the opposite direction. He was recombining with conditions, from the other side, as he said, from the bright itself, prior to all conditions. As I entered into the process of reintegrating with the physical domain, I saw all the colored spheres within the cosmic sphere, or the spherical cosmic mandala, as the prismatic modifications of that white spiritual brightness. The entire light field of the cosmic mandala was in front of me. I am a spherical form of brightness, including everything, from the blue field and its subtle planes to the yellow-red field and this gross plane. Initially, to my left, I was concentrated in the blue light and simultaneously seeing, from above, the total expanse of water beyond the house. At first, the water was a vast expanse, including much beyond the house. Then it became more brief and bounded, local to the house. It was not yet dark outside, for I could see the surfaces of the water and the details of the surrounding land. But there was a dark appearance to it all, in shadows from the forest around the house and the slanting, waning light of later day. The vision was fundamentally indescribable because it was seen from a point of view not located in the body. And, yet, the expanse of water became simultaneously visible with the room in which my body was located, with its walls and furnishings, and, to my left, its row of windows with fully lifted blinds. At that point, to my right, the sphere of yellow became apparent, focused down toward the body in some manner, from above and outside it. It was a yellow tinged with red and orange. Coincident with seeing the yellow sphere, the process of reintegrating with the body began. It was a feeling of once again being located in the situation of association with the body. I saw my intimates gathered around my bed, and they were all in flames, the flames of the yellow-red realm, but they were not consumed. My body was numb, without awareness. All of this, beginning with the blue light, was the progressive process of reintegration with conditional existence. The knee of listening. In several of the essays in his final masterwork, The Althean, Avatar Adi Da speaks of what happened on April 12, 2000, at Lopez Island, as the universally consequential divine avataric event for humankind and all beings forever. These essays emerged out of spontaneous utterances Avatar Adi Da made between May and August of 2008. Soon after the property on Lopez Island where this event had taken place was acquired by the gathering of Avatar Adi Da's devotees in March and formally empowered by Avatar Adi Da in April and July. At that time, Avatar Adi Da gave the place the name Ruchira Dam Hermitage, meaning abode, dam, of brightness, Ruchira. And he began to refer to the event that occurred there as the Ruchira Dam event. The Ruchira Dam event did not happen out of nowhere. Its beginnings lie in the extreme struggle and yogic crisis that Avatar Adi Da endured the previous year during his seclusion at the time of the Kosovo War. In that ordeal at his burial site, Atmanati Shakti Loka, he had been drawn up infinitely above the body in order to counter the negative forces bearing down upon him and upon the world. When that particular crisis passed, his work above the body continued in a perpetual vigil of world blessing. However, it was not merely the effort to keep negative forces outside the body that moved his focus above. The divine avataric process unfolding in him was entering a new and culminating phase, the phase of divine translation, or the utter outshining of conditional existence in the bright itself. This was the revelation that would complete itself in the Ruchira Dam event. For many years, Avatar Adi Da had spoken of divine translation as the ultimate magnification of Atma Nadi, the self-radiant indivisible current of the bright as it manifests in apparent association with the body-mind. The Atma Nadi was revealed to Avatar Adi Da after the Vedanta Temple event in 1970. As an S-shaped curve radiating upward from a root locus in the right side of the bodily apparent heart to infinitely above the mind and the crown of the head. In his infancy, Avatar Adi Da knew this heart current as his own form, the very form of reality, and he called it the bright. In the Ruchira Dam event, the upwardly radiating current of Atma Nadi broke beyond all conditions, transcending what is traditionally called the Mahabindu, the farthest ascended source point from which all worlds emanate. As his description indicates, Avatar Adi Da instantly stood as the sphere of the bright itself, beyond the cosmic domain. He recounts that, in the midst of that sudden stand as the white brightness, he saw the Bindu, but it did not open, and he knew then that he would return to the body. The Ruchira Dam event was not a near-death experience, or a going into the light at the end of the tunnel, which, as Avatar Adi Da has otherwise explained, is a phenomenon characteristic of the death transition. What happened in the Ruchira Dam event was beyond the tunnel, beyond the death transition, which leads only to subtler modes of conditional experience. The conditional worlds, gross and subtle, are literally endless, as Avatar Adi Da always said, and existence in the conditional worlds is inevitably karmic, ruled by the laws of cause and effect. For rare beings, there is the possibility of going up to more and more refined regions of light, but to get out of the entire realm of conditions is something else altogether. No conditional being can, by causal means, exit the cosmic domain. At Lopez Island, Avatar Adi Da stood utterly beyond the cosmic domain, but by acausal means. While still alive in a physical body, he broke the barrier that separates beings from the acausal domain of conscious light. Thus, the divine reality itself perfectly coincided with the entire cosmic domain. After the Ruchira Dam event, Avatar Adi Da was in a wheelchair for many weeks, and it was a long time before he recovered full use of the body. His struggle to recover a modus operandi in the physical domain could be compared with what is required for an infant to learn from scratch what is involved in functioning in the world. The nervous system and all the circuitries of the body were, he said, shattered. While the reconnection to the physical had taken place, it was in a profoundly different manner than before. His association with the body was minimal. And, as the passing of time confirmed, Avatar Adi Da never came back down. In his own words from those final years of his lifetime, this body is full to the toes, but I, myself, am not down to the toes anymore. As was shown again and again in Avatar Adi Da's unique lifetime, the imperatives of his work affected the process, structure, and design of how his bright state was connected to the body. His incarnation, from the first, was an unpredictable unfolding, determined by factors human and divine that are not comprehensible and were not known by him in advance. One of the greatest signs of his life was his utter surrender to the process, whatever it might bring. While Avatar Adi Da retained the link to the physical after the Ruchira Dam event, a real death did occur, the most profound of all his yogic deaths. The karmic vehicles, the deeper personality of Ramakrishna Vivekananda and the gross personality of Franklin Jones that were the links that enabled the incarnation of the divine avatar, died in the Ruchira Dam event, consumed in the perfect furnace of the bright. From the time of that event until his passing from the body 8.5 years later, Avatar Adidah's body was entirely empty of any karmic patterning. It was only an egoless shell, an unmediated vessel of the bright. Through the Ruchira Dam event, Avatar Adi Da was restored to the state he enjoyed at birth, before the descent of the thumbs began to combine him with the body. This fundamental change was vividly communicated by him to a devotee one day with a simple gesture. He pushed his thumb into the middle of his forehead and said forcefully, "This is as far down as I go." Later, he communicated his meaning in detail. "I transcendentally spiritually radiate, from infinitely above, into the gross conditions of existence." The apparent exercise of my attention moves into the gross physical domain only in the sense of such transcendental spiritual radiating into the body. There is transcendental spiritual descent to the brain core as a base or platform for what I appear to animate in gross exchanges, but attention itself does not move to settle below. Of course, there is natural energy flowing in the body below the brows, and a descent of my transcendental spiritual radiance to below and everywhere. I am, in the naturally apparent sense, animated in the gross, physical dimension. But I am not, and have never been, bound in attention below the brows. From the beginning, from my birth and infancy, I have been what I am. The knee of listening. My consciousness is not local, not bound by point of view. I am not localized in a body or a mind. I have apparent association with this body for the sake of everyone, but it is I, as I am, who am associated with this body. There is no ego inside this body. Through the bodily eyes, I can look into the room, but I am literally seeing everywhere. It is an extraordinary process beyond ordinary human comprehension, but it is really so. My association with this body-mind is a divine avataric event. My birth in the West required me to undergo a tremendous ordeal, so that I would be fully equipped to address everyone, not only relative to the great matter of divine self-realization, but also relative to the characteristic limitations that constitute the universal bondage of humankind in this late time, or dark epoch. Point 38. Fundamental to that bondage is the westernization of the ego. Much of the process of my divine avataric lifetime here has been one of, first, learning the Westerner's bondage, and, then, shedding my submission to that grossly bound orientation. Such is the divine avataric self-submission whereby I manifested my absolute commitment to serve everyone. In the years of my divine avataric self-submission to westernized humankind, I did everything that I could possibly do for the sake of the late time all and all. In my divine avataric lifetime, it has been required of me to suffer profoundly the ordeal of being born into the Western circumstance, adapting to it, suffering it, learning all of its limitations, fully understanding it, and then being entirely purified of it and making my teaching communication about it. In the midst of that immense process, I suffered yogic death several times, to the point where I have now shed all Western associations. Coincidentally, I have endured the same process of learning and shedding in relation to the Eastern dimension of human existence. I have suffered all of that, understood it, transcended it, and taught about it. In that process of learning the Eastern disposition, I have undergone many yogic deaths, ultimately passing entirely beyond the Eastern disposition and shedding all of it. Now, all is shed. I have none of that left anymore, East or West. I am associated with all kinds of dimensions of reality, altogether and everywhere. I am not an egoic entity. Therefore, I am not aware in egoic entity terms. This is not a matter of belief, but it is known to be so if you devotionally recognize me and experience me. Devotional communion with me is about knowledge, not belief. I am not a located entity, because I am the divine conscious light itself. I am the very identity, the very matrix of all appearances, all beings. I can appear in association with conditions. And, if I am invoked, and if there is the cultivation of right devotional relationship to me, my state is spontaneously self-transmitted. The myths of humankind are full of the archetype of the hero who braves superhuman ordeals to go where no one has been before and bring back the crucial treasure, the divine fire, or esoteric wisdom, or immortality, to the collective of human beings. In the Ruchira Dam event, Avatar Adi Da fulfilled that archetype beyond all imagining. He stood in the ultimate place and yet returned to bring conditional beings the confirmation, via his own human form, and the enabling spiritual blessing of the ultimate divine treasure, the ultimate divine gift. Because of his work to submit to everyone and to coincide with all beings, and because of the work of purifying and shedding the universal karma, which he endured after 1986. The conditional worlds are not the same as they were. His divine presence avatar Adi Da Samraj is brightening all of existence, living it all as the bright itself. This is the mystery that he describes as his divine avataric self-emergence. After the Ruchira Dam event, his human body became the threshold to that which is beyond all conditions, all karma, all ego. To merely sight him, even after his human lifetime, in photographs or other representational images, is to behold the divine. To be carried over the threshold and granted direct access to the only deathless place, the egoless sphere of the bright. This is the universally consequential nature of the Ruchira Dam event and the entire process of Avatar Adi Dah's human lifetime. Following this event, Avatar Adi Dah gave the reference Adi Dam Rukaradam to his reality way to indicate its completed fullness as the way of responsive participation in the eternally living presence of the divine person, Adi Dah, who is brightening everyone and everything in the cosmic domain. In the course of human history, the root nature of existence has been considered in many different ways, now thought and talked about in the philosophical manner, now investigated in the reductive scientific manner, now made the subject of religious myth and belief, now the goal of an esoteric spiritual method. All these modes of human knowledge, whatever their apparent differences, have one thing in common. They all presume the subject-object structure of knowing, whereby whatever is being considered, no matter how great or small, is automatically related to his object, to the presumed knower, the I, or ego, which sees and interprets all apparent objects from its own particular point of view. However, that which is, or reality itself, the root condition, or source condition, of existence, is, self-evidently, not an object, because it cannot be comprehended, contained, or seen from any partial point of view, or I position. And so, if reality itself is to be known at all in this world of ego-eyes, then reality itself must take the upper hand and make itself known by giving the gift of egoless knowledge of itself. This is why Avatar Adi Dah incarnated. His name Adi Dah means the original, or first, giver, and this is his gift, the egoless knowledge, or, in his words, perfect knowledge, of reality itself. He is the avatar of what is, the unique humanly born presence and transmission of what is. After a lifetime of surrender to the bright ordeals that shaped his incarnation, his body became perfectly translucent to the radiance of reality itself. So now, if anyone wishes to know what reality itself looks like, it can literally be seen, not in a casual glance, but through a heart-based recognition of his form and state. Based on simple attraction, without any effort or goal of body or mind. My work is in every place and every being. Deal with the cosmic domain, entire. As a secondary, rather peripheral matter, there is an association with this, apparent, body here, similarly. But I work overall as well, and with all, even before they become my devotees. This is how people get to become my devotees. I told you this process began immediately with, and after, the Vedanta Temple event. I described it as meditating others. This is what I mean, altogether. All bodies are my body. All beings are my very self. So I do the universal practice, if you will, practice of the whole, and every part within it, every being within it. This is the foundation of the reality way of Adi Dam, this accomplishing power of meditating all, of enlightening all. By being all. Not merely by giving speeches. Talking, that is part of it. It is all part of it. But the foundation is this unique divine avataric accomplishing power of being all. Actually, really. My work is in the totality of the cosmic domain. And, therefore, it is in every place and every being until the divine translation of all and of the entire cosmic domain. Because of the nature of beings and the complexity of this cosmic domain, this work will not be completed, that particular work, that result, will not be effective in the lifetime of this body. But it does not have to be. This body is my agent for divine avataric revelation, the original work to make myself known to you, so that you will get to know me better, know me altogether. And, having got to know me, then you understand how I will continue to work after the lifetime of this body. And I will. However high or deep one's experience may go, there can be no absolute and permanent satisfaction in the conditional worlds. In the physical world, desirable conditions yield to undesirable ones, and these, in turn, yield to other conditions, either better or worse. And so it continues, until death. In the inner worlds, attention can remain concentrated, even apparently suspended, for long periods of time, but, in the end, every object of attention, and even the apparently objectless state, likewise passes and gives way to other objects or states. Whether attention is focused outward or inward, there is just a mechanical flux, a perpetual illusionment that traps the seeking ego in interminable repetitions of the same range of possibilities. Life to life, like moves in a board game. Every stage and method and approach demonstrated in the great tradition of Humankind 39 is of this nature, a board game that never ends. As the incarnation of reality itself, Avatar Adi Da has brought into the human domain a way of stepping out of the illusionment game altogether. An altogether new option for the intelligent human heart. He is revealing perfect disillusionment, or life lived from the reality position, rather than the ego position. This is the perfect knowledge of reality itself, established absolutely and under all conditions, waking, dreaming, and sleeping. But it is not a goal. It is, rather, the fullness, or completion, or establishment, beyond any possibility of loss, of the disposition that characterizes the reality way of Adi Da Samraj from the beginning. There is no seeking required. The way is based on the inherent love-bliss of reality itself, always, fully revealed in the person of Avatar Adi Da Samraj. 7. Eternal work. In 1939, Upasani Baba proclaimed the appearance of a soon-to-come avatar, born as a Westerner, who would be capable of a world-transforming work. But he could not have altogether envisioned what that would entail. Nevertheless, he saw the avatar's role as that of restoring traditional teachings and holy life in a world that had lost its moral footing. His divine presence avatar Adi Da Samraj, over 60 years later, saw a dramatically changed world from the one that Upasani Baba knew, one in which the situation of humankind had, in many respects, become even more serious. Nevertheless, Avatar Adi Da came not to restore, but to initiate. His lifetime was, as he says, an effort to establish the basis for a new world culture. The 20th century was a progressive anti-cultural and decivilizing process that has, in those terms, worked the world devastation of every aspect of the entire great tradition of humankind. I want to transform people's participation in reality itself and altogether, and help bring them to a new way of life, out of the dark period in which humankind is presently immersed. Transcendental realism. Avatar Adi Da created that new way of life, the reality way of Adi Da Samraj, through many years of unremitting work with his devotees. He called into being a full sacred culture of practice and participation in that way, and created a clear structure of renunciate governance for the authentic living of that way, in all its forms. And he also established core places for the demonstration and perpetual inspiration of this sacred culture. The 5 renunciate hermitages and sanctuaries, where Avatar Adi Da has resided and worked, are imbued as the source places of his transcendental spiritual transmission forever. His principal hermitage, Adi Da Samraj in Fiji, the Mountain of Attention Sanctuary, and Tat Sundaram Hermitage in Northern California, Ruchira Dam Hermitage in Washington State, and Delavananda Mahal Sanctuary in Hawaii. In the reality way of Adi Da Samraj, all the dimensions of life are converted into forms of participation with reality, which transcends problem and seeking. Rather than remaining based on the ego principle, which pursues self-fulfillment. This is an entirely practical and pleasurable way of life, informed by decades of detailed instruction from Avatar Adi Da. But his communication of the nature of reality and how to live the design of reality in the human context is conveyed not only through his vast written and spoken teaching, comprising well over 100 books and close to 200 audio and video recordings published in the years since he first opened the Melrose Ashram in 1972, but also by powerful artistic means, through the Orpheum Trilogy, a monumental literary and theatrical work, more than 45 years in the making, and through visual art of consummate beauty and originality, extending to many thousands of images. In all these media, verbal and nonverbal, Avatar Adi Da is giving, as he says in the Althean, the direct self-utterance of reality itself, which is always already prior to time, space, location, point of view, and ego I. To receive such profundity requires a willingness to be confronted, to be undone and feeling below the mind's defenses and claims to know. Otherwise, the ego will try to turn avatar ADDYDH's egoless revelation into something it can control by ignoring it, or by rationalizing it, or by plagiarizing it, or by cultic hype in relation to it. In fact, Avatar Adi Da always fiercely criticized the cultic tendency in his devotees and in human beings altogether. His Orpheum trilogy is his matchless word on the subject, a devastating satire of cultism and of the ego as the ultimate smooth operator, both stealing and suppressing what is great for its own purposes. In the New World culture that Avatar Adi Da mapped and established in embryonic form during his lifetime, to think and act and be in the ego mode, always objectifying and, thus, attempting to control whatever is experienced by the body-mind, is just plain obsolete as the dinosaurs. For now, however, it is just such obsolescent thinking in science, religion, art, education, academia, politics, business, and personal life that rules our society, resulting in the empty, exploitative, self-obsessed, and crassly profit-driven scenario that dictates the lives of ordinary people and tramples underfoot the old cultural forms of respect and dignity, including respect for the ancient tradition of devotion to a spiritual master. The knowledge upon which we human beings have based our lives has proved to be fundamentally and dangerously inadequate, not because we do not have enough of it, but because of the paradigm of ego on which it is based. How much longer can we afford this? In 2004, in the midst of serious border clashes in Kashmir, an Indian devotee, Surendra Singh, came to Avatar Adi Da to ask his blessing upon India, expressing his own personal belief in the traditional Indian notion that when times are especially dark, an avatar appears to restore right life. In responding to his devotee, Avatar Adi Da addressed everyone, emphasizing that no naive hopefulness would save the day. Humanity as a whole must take responsibility for its own destiny. Surendra, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be at your feet. When I stepped on your island hermitage, I cannot describe how I felt and how I am feeling now, being on this special place on the earth. I am very, very happy. There is a conflict in my country that is very painful for the people who want to live peacefully, and I really feel bad about it, because I wonder why can't everyone live peacefully in this world? Avatar Adi Da Samraj, my birth here coincided with the beginning of World War II, as it began in Europe, with the United States later becoming involved. Since that time, there have been 65 years of extraordinary transformations in the world. There have been terrible wars, including the introduction of nuclear weapons. Nonetheless, nothing in the 65 years of this lifetime compares to the present time. This is the worst time, and not just in India. This is a time of global catastrophe. It is actually happening, and it occupies me constantly, as it always has. Thus, there is no small blessing project under my foot now. This is the time of great consequence. You do not have to say one word to me about it. I am not merely physically in my room. I am not merely here. I am everywhere. I am involved in an immense struggle with evil force, late-time dark energy. It is terrible beyond words. Understand that I am at work, and I work without stop and with fiercest regard and intention to bless and purify what is otherwise inevitable, and, if the inevitable cannot be prevented, then at least the worst of it, perhaps. This catastrophe is not falling out of the sky, except insofar as human beings have made it so. You must cooperate to serve the purification and release from what is otherwise now inevitable because of your own activity. Petty conflicts are a diversion of the eyes from what needs to be seen and taken responsibility for by the whole of humankind. I am not a kind of Santa Claus who will just protect you and make everything peaceful so that you can enjoy the good life and die of old age with lots of children and grandchildren. That is just an ordinary hope for self-comfort. Such an impulse is not the truth. It never was. Humankind, as the people, is going to have to demand a cooperative world, or there will be inevitable disaster that will virtually destroy humankind. That is a fact. There is no uttering of prayer and hopefulness that is going to change that obligation. To fulfill that obligation is dharma. That is a necessity. A transformation of the disposition of the human race is what is required, and I am saying so. That is my instruction to the world. All struggle for separateness and self-protection and protection of your own is no longer the point. In the ordinary sense, you serve within your domain of relations. Obviously, that continues and is a part of life. But the fundamental position of all human beings should be as part of a global cooperative order with all other human beings. And there is no way the current situation, which is now global and growing daily, is going to become peace for anybody until there is that cooperative order and embrace of responsibilities which are the responsibilities of everyone. Just as the internet has globalized everyone, the responsibility for addressing these issues is global. This is how peace comes, not by appealing to the divine or the avatar as a kind of good luck deity. You want realization? I have told you the conditions. You want peace on earth? I have told you the conditions. That is it. You have my love and blessings. My stride depends on your event. There must be a response to me for realization as well as for the well-being of humankind. Both are offered. The words that Avatar Adi Da spoke to Surendra are the words he speaks to everyone on earth. As the bright divine reality, he belongs to all, and he belongs to no one. While Avatar Adi Da founded the reality way of Adi Da Samraj as an offering to all humanity, he can never be owned either by the gathering of his formal devotees or by any organization. The divine reality manifested in human form for the sake of all beings, equally, both human and non-human. And he came at the necessary moment to do a necessary work, to reveal, through every kind of means, the only truth that stands beyond the separative. Competing truths that are bringing humanity to the brink of global catastrophe. All is one, all are the same. At heart, all are one. At heart, a human being is not the slightest bit different from the reptiles, the birds, the former dinosaurs, the elephants, the plants, the trees, the wind, the sky, the microbes. Apart from their function and conditionality, all beings are the same. Human beings are not uniquely to be saved. All beings, even all of conditional manifestation, is the sphere of my work. I do not make the slightest jot of distinction between a human being and any other form or appearance. There is no distinction to be made. Appearing before you in human form, I play with you in human terms. But my work, moment to moment, altogether, encompasses all, not only all human beings, not only all beings, but everything. I am in conversation with all beings and things. It is not that only human beings are full of soul and everything else should be chopped up and eaten for lunch. If you examine beings other than the human, feel them, are sensitive to them, enter directly into relationship with them, you discover that they are the same. And not just the somewhat bigger ones, like my parrots, but the mosquitoes, too, which you sweat out as if they were nothing. At heart, human beings are manifesting a potential that is in all and that is inherent in conditional existence itself. Whether this potential is exhibited or not, whether it is made human or not, makes no difference whatsoever to the divine self-condition. All is one. All are the same. All equally require divine compassion, love, and blessing, the thread of communion with the divine made certain and true, and directly experienced. All. Therefore, the sphere of my work is all beings and things. Literally, it is so. This is literally how I work. I cannot size up one being or thing against another, the devotee against the non-devotee, the human against the non-human, the earth against some other place. I cannot do that. I am doing a universal work. I am here to receive and kiss and embrace everyone, everything, everything that appears, everything that is. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. Swami Vivekananda threw himself into his mission in the West at the point of humanity's transition to the 20th century. And finally, in 1900, he went back to India, exhausted, departing the body when the calamitous modern era was just beginning. All he had been able to do was to speak and urge people, with magnificent eloquence, to transcend their differences and realize their inherent unity as a human race. Very few approached him as master and embraced serious practice under his guidance. A century later, in 2000, having given himself down to the last drop to make his revelation and to do battle with the most negative forces impinging on the human world, Avatar Adi Da crossed the water to Lopez Island and, within hours, crossed beyond the cosmic domain to the naked bright of his pre-birth state. What he brought back when he miraculously reintegrated with the physical is the bodily revelation that the root of all is divine, absolute satisfaction, ineffable radiance of being. The one reality that is infinitely beyond everything, and yet not separate from anything. The sighting of Avatar Adi Da's human body, so transfigured and transformed, is the message without peer to human beings, the only message that can ultimately heal the ego fault. Or the crack in tattoo. Such a message was not for Swami Vivekananda to give, but he sacrificed himself to serve humankind without reserve, as a seed blown to some unknowable flowering. In the depth of that seed lay all that was noblest in humanity, and its deepest cry for divine help and illumination. It was sufficient to draw down into human form, not merely a reincarnation, but the very source condition of the procession of appearances. Speaking of humanity's beginningless vigil of waiting and longing for that which is ultimate to be fully revealed, Avatar Adi Da made his response. The diurnal fuse yet crackles overnight and will make an inevitable dawning. I am here and everywhere, now, and forever hereafter, to shine and do and magnify this divine light of truth. And to utter and shape and magnify this divine word in silence that breaks the heart, and to be the bright that, now, and forever hereafter, will awaken everyone and all. The basket of tolerance. The night has been a long one. But the day is endless, not as some kind of eternal time following the night, but as the perfect knowledge of what is, of reality itself, always coincident with, and yet always transcending whatever days and nights may come and go. This is the realization tacitly awakened, and always more and more profoundly established, in the devotional relationship to Avatar Adi Da. It is the gift of truth, and truth carries a great requirement, the requirement to confess it, and the requirement to be faithful to it. To be so obliged, based on the heart knowing of His Divine Presence Avatar Adi Da Samraj, is an incomparable wonder and unending joy. He has given His solemn word to humankind of what He incarnated to do, but He is forever simply an egoless presence, merely present. His blessing work is His alone, but He must have human means, devotees who will dedicate their lives to enabling His divine purposes to be fulfilled. He came in the body for a time to plant His work forever in the human realm, and He is forever openly and urgently waiting for His devotees. That is the paradox and fragility of His eternal work. It can only be fertilized by human response, by unlimited participation in His limitless offerings. And, so, consider well what you have read here, and let the intelligent heart respond. Conclusion. The Divine Mahasamadhi and Eternal Gifts of His Divine Presence Avatar Adi Da Samraj. By Rukaratama Kwandra Sukapur Rani Naitaba. In the Ruchira Dam event, His Divine Presence Avatar Adi Da Samraj accomplished an unspeakable miracle. In an instant, He ascended beyond the body and beyond the cosmic domain, to stand as His eternal divine form, the midnight sun of irreducible and indivisible conscious light. From then, His divine and perfect body of conscious light began a perpetual transcendental spiritual brightening, which He called the outshining bhava, and His human body was never again structured to exist as it had previously. The Ruchira Dam event was a yogic death, in which Avatar Adi Da divinely translated out of embodied existence. Nevertheless, through His own overwhelming impulse to serve the divine liberation of beings, He was able to reassociate with the body. Thus, the last 8.5 years of Avatar Adi Da's life, from April 12, 2000 to November 27, 2008, were a divine grace of unprecedented magnitude. The continued avataric appearance on earth of the now divinely translated Master. The divine event at Ruchira Dam Hermitage was the awakening of the eternal form of his divine presence on earth. After that, as Avatar Adi Da described, he never again came down below the brows, or, in other words, below the brain core. His body had become mere ash in the brightness of his conscious light. All the deep and mysterious conjunctions that had enabled him to incarnate and work via his bodily form were literally vanished in his eternal deathless form. Therefore, every day of Avatar AddyDH's continued bodily existence after the Ruchira Dam event was a divine miracle. His fragility was deeply impressive, constantly felt and observed by his devotees. Egoless being, no one there, no relations, just divine grace at work to demonstrate and communicate the divine truth in every earthly manner, without compromise. In the 8.5 years between the Ruchira Dam event and his divine Mahasamadhi, his divine presence Avatar Adi Da wrote the 5 books which he then designated as his forever comprehensive 7th stage address to all beings, the Althean, the Gnosticon, the Nimitan. Not to his peace and transcendental realism, he wrote the 2nd and 3rd volumes of his literary masterwork, the Orpheum Trilogy. He completed his final elaborations and refinements to the text of the Dawn Horse Testament, and he created a vast body of image art that makes his reality communication through non-conceptual means. Avatar Adi Da also worked tirelessly to awaken his rightly prepared devotees to the profundity of transcendental spiritual communion with him, taking many of his devotees to a depth of sublimity of beholding him which they had never known before. All of this happened after April 12, 2000. Thus, the Ruchira Dam event marked, as Avatar Adi Da himself said, the true beginning of Adi Dam Ruchiradam in its final and forever form. And it was from the time of the Ruchira Dam event that he was established exclusively in his universal work of blessing and awakening all beings everywhere. In the final years of his human life, Avatar Adi Da stood free, not bound by even the institutional structures he had worked throughout his life to establish for the sake of the perpetuation of his great way. Avatar AddyDH's Divine Mahasamadhi in November 2008 was thus the supreme yogic event that marked the completion of his work via bodily, human, form and that seamlessly magnified Avatar AddyDH's already established universal work with the entire cosmos, from his eternal stand as the divine conscious light itself. The purity of his final years. My first 3 years of this birth were a time of divine absorption, unaware of life. I will end this life with 3 years of the heart's pure calm. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. In the first 3 years of his life, Avatar Adi Da lived free of any requirement for self-submission to the conditional worlds, and, in the last 3 years, Avatar Adi Da once again lived that same native state of pure divine freedom. Everything about Avatar AddyDH's life and his revelation history is to be measured against the final 3 years of his life, when he revealed himself, as he is, most purely and freely. There is great evidence of Avatar AddyDH's divine pattern to be discovered in the last 3 years of his life, including especially the Althean, his first and foremost book, which, as Avatar Adi Da said, is the purest, utterly uncompromised divine self-revelation. Just 2 days before his bodily passing, he said, "The Althean is the word of truth, without compromise. It is uttered for the sake of everyone, and it cuts to the root of all philosophical, religious, and spiritual problems and arguments." Coincident with the writing of his final 5 books, and principally the Althean, was Avatar AddyDH's confession of his ultimate renunciate stand in what he called Paramasaptana Sannyas. This confession was, in some sense, the epitome of the purity Avatar Adi Da demonstrated in his final years. The Sanskrit word parama means supreme, and saptana is a term Avatar Adi Da created to describe the fullness of the unfolding of the 7th stage demonstration of divine enlightenment. Sapta means 7 in Sanskrit, and Na is a reference to the island of Maitaba, his principal sannyasin, or renunciate, hermitage. Avatar AddyDH's confirmation of this fullest renunciate sign, made on July 10, 2007, marked his stand in his own eternal position as the divine Paramasaptana Sannyasin, and also his establishment of the Saptana Sannyasin order, the most senior dimension of the Ruchira Sannyasin order, of which he himself was the founding member. In contrast to all the years previous, Avatar Adi Da stood immovably in the supreme perfection of his free sannyas. Even if someone was in his immediate circumstance, it was impossible for Avatar Adi Da to interact in any way that apparently acknowledged otherness. In the freedom and purity of his stand as the divinely translated person of conscious light, Avatar Adi Da had no relations. He was one-pointedly engaged in his universally consequential work with the world and all beings. The purity of Avatar Adi Da's revelation of divinity in his last 3 years worked to prepare his devotees for his relinquishment of his mortal form. The mystery of his human embodiment. For the many years of his teaching work and blessing work, as he made his divine avataric revelation to all, Avatar Adi Da spoke many times about the unique nature of his embodied existence. As Avatar Adi Da explained, his appearance on earth as the divine avatar in human form was the unprecedented intervention of reality itself, conjoined with a human body-mind. In order to be able to communicate the pure truth and the ultimate way to living beings. And that conjunction of reality itself with a human vehicle meant that his bodily vehicle was subject to stresses and struggles of an unimaginable nature. The nature of these stresses and struggles was not, and could not have been, known by medical science, because there was no precedent for the embodiment of reality itself in a human form. Some of the bodily symptoms involved were readily describable in medical terms. But the underlying causes of the persistent heart stress and brain stress, which Avatar Adi Da described feeling in his body, remained a medical mystery to the end. Avatar Adi Da himself said that the causes of those forms of stress were fundamentally not medical, but had to do with his heroic work to fully incarnate the perfect truth in this imperfect domain of half-truths and non-truth. In the years following the Ruchira Dam event, Avatar Adi Da often stated that his continued bodily existence was a very delicate matter. Furthermore, he had described his entire lifetime as the process of outshining bodily existence in the native brightness of the divine domain. Altogether, the manner in which Avatar Adi Da related to his own bodily existence was utterly unlike the conventional human relationship to bodily life. Avatar Adi Da always demonstrated absolute freedom from any bondage to bodily existence, any insistence that it continue, or any desire to dissociate from it. His bodily, human, form was simply a device, as he put it, for communicating the divine teaching of truth and for establishing his radiation of transcendental spiritual blessing in the cosmic domain. Avatar Adi Da said that it was impossible to know how long it would be necessary for his existence in bodily, human, form to continue, but that it would inevitably continue until his work was accomplished, and then it would come to a simple and sudden end. Thus, through all the instruction he had given over the years, Avatar Adi Da had fully prepared his devotees for the great event of his divine Mahasamadhi. As early as 1976, he said to his devotees, speaking of himself in traditional terms as the God-man, "The God-man lives only as long as it takes to prepare the being of devotees." The bodily disappearance of the God-man can occur very early in the life of that one. It can occur in the middle of life. It can occur in the 50s, 60s, 70s of years. It can occur very late in life. The persistence of the bodily presence of the God-man depends entirely on the response of devotion. But when the preparation of devotees is sufficient, and this is not knowable to devotees themselves, it is then that this appearance is vanished. Like a magical object given to you in a devotional afternoon. Thus, the disappearance of the God-man is sudden. Whenever it occurs, it is sudden. It could come any time. You will not foreknow it, and I will not prophesy it. The Eternal One. His divine passing. At 5:05 p.m. on November 27, 2008, I received a radio call at Avatar Addy's house, Ahemda Osmistan. Someone was calling from his art studio, Picture Perfect, saying that the Divine Master had fallen to the floor and that I should come immediately. In about 60 seconds, I reached Picture Perfect, having flown down there in an electric cart. Avatar Addy's daughter Namleela also arrived virtually instantly, and Charles Sayage, Avatar Addy's physician, came in a minute or so later. Rukaratama Nadakanta was already there, as Avatar Adi Da had given her the service of always documenting the process of his image-making in picture perfect. Throughout the 35 years I had lived in Avatar AddyDa's company, I had been witness to countless yogic swoons and deaths, including the Divine Avataric Self-Emergence event in 1986, the event at the Brightness in 1999, and the Ruchira Dam event in 2000. However, at first sight of Avatar Addy's divine body in picture perfect, it was obvious that this was unlike any other such event. Literally from the moment I saw him, just a minute or so after his divine body fell, I knew he had passed. His divine body showed only the sign of a complete surrender and relinquishment of the physical. Avatar Adi Da had given very specific instructions about not interfering with his divine body at the moment of its passing, and, at the same time, had stipulated that, in the event of his bodily collapse, every reasonable medical measure should be taken to see if the body could be revived. It was essential that every devotee be certain at heart that everything possible had been done. And so, all the right medical procedures were indeed done as thoroughly and honorably as they possibly could be. While the doctors did what was necessary, Rukaratama Nadakanta administered CPR, Nemlila held Avatar Addy's head lovingly, and other devotees massaged his divine body, while everyone invoked and called upon his divine presence audibly or silently. At the same time, as the news spread, all the devotees at Adi Da Samraj ashram gathered outside picture perfect in vigil and prayer. While the medical procedures continued, Avatar Addy's body never changed, and at some point, there was a kind of coming to rest, an emotional settling. It began to feel like an intrusion to persist any further. There was no vital sign whatsoever in his body, or in the process around him, no indication that there was anything more that we could do. It was clear that the relinquishment was instant and painless. There was a glory in his passing. His perfect surrender to the event was more than profound. His body was literally ash to him, so fragile was the connection. Nearly 3 hours after Avatar Addy's collapse, I confirmed with both the medical doctors present, Charles Sage and Andrew Dorfman, that there was nothing further medically that could be done. And I made the formal determination that the medical intervention should cease. For many years, I had been keenly aware that the moment would inevitably come when this decision would have to be made. At the same time, it was impossible to be prepared. It was an unspeakably deep spiritual matter to accept that Avatar Addy's divine Mahasamadhi had occurred, and there was absolutely nothing that could be done to change that reality. From a physical point of view, Avatar Addy's divine Mahasamadhi was totally unexpected. In the words of Dr. Charles Sage, on the day of his passing, Bhagwan was in good health, without any physical symptoms of note. There was no premonition of what was going to occur later in the day. Bhagwan's heart simply stopped. In reality, Avatar Addy's relinquishment of the body was not a physical matter at all, but a divine matter. He had already fully accounted for his eventual passing and its true transcendental spiritual nature and significance, as simply his utter and inevitable outshining of the body and the world in the divine self-brightness of reality itself. Unlike the divine yogic events in which Avatar Addy's profound impulse was to remain associated with the body, his divine Mahasamadhi was instant relinquishment of the physical. His unique sign of divine translation, or divine outshining, was already so. There was nothing left to shed except the body itself. Having come to that clarity, I directed what was happening, from then on, based on the reality of Avatar Adi Da having permanently relinquished the body. In the midst of this extremity, I felt completely guided moment to moment by him, and I did not do anything apart from the certainty of that guidance. Thus, Avatar Adi Da spiritually guided everything about the 3-day vigil that immediately followed his divine Mahasamadhi, culminating in the great process of his sacred interment at Atmanadi Shakti Loka, the Brightness, on November 30, 2008. His eternal place of blessing work. Atmanadi Shakti Loka received its name from Avatar Adi Da in June 2008, the final year of his human lifetime. At his birth, and then consistently from the time of his divine reawakening, the power of reality had always manifested in Avatar Addydh's bodily, human, form as Atma Nadi. The current, Nadi, of the transcendental self-state, Atma, which he has called the fundamental condition. Each of the major yogic events of Avatar Addydh's lifetime that are recounted in this book were signs of the magnification of the outshining radiance of Atma Nadi in his bodily, human, form, which is the brightening of all appearances in the divine conscious light of reality. Truly, Avatar Addydh is the person of Atma Nadi, both as demonstrated in his bodily lifetime and forever via his divine transcendental spiritual form. This is why Avatar Addydh named the temple where his bodily, human, form rests Atma Nadi Shakti Loka, the place, Loka, of the transcendental spiritual energy, Shakti, of Atma Nadi. And, indeed, this is why he indicated that the true root process of Adi Da Samraj is Atma Nadi Shakti Yoga. The esoteric practice of recognition of and response to Avatar Addydh as the divine heart current of reality itself. Atma Nadi Shakti Loka. Atma Nadi Shakti Loka serves a special role among all the temples that Avatar Addydh empowered during his lifetime. Because Avatar Addydh intended his burial site as the place on earth for his eternal and ever-living divine avataric work, he worked to take his seat in that place, to establish there a pattern, or point, of contact for his transcendental spiritual continuance in the earth realm. Atma Nadi Shakti Loka is served by members of the Ruchira Sannyasin order as the place of Avatar Addydh's transcendental spiritual radiation and world-blessing work forever beyond his physical lifetime. Atma Nadi Shakti Loka is not a place of pilgrimage, it is his place alone, the place he uses and in which he exists in perpetuity. Avatar Addydh always said that he had incarnated in physical form and manifested the entire process of his submission work in order to establish the means whereby all beings in all times can relate to him. His creation of Atma Nadi Shakti Loka, as the principal set-apart focal place of his blessing on earth, is one such graceful means. The signs that his work in the body was done. He had said it would not be possible to foreknow the time of his divine Mahasamadhi. We can now see that the last days on earth of Avatar Adi Da Samraj were moved by several profundities of intention. First of all, he had been working intensively on the Althean for 2 years, such that it had become his essential root text, his culminating revelation of the truth of reality itself. Every day, in his place of writing, Indigo Swan, he would add to the Althean. While Avatar Addydh was always urgent to have this immense text published, it never seemed to come to an end. He was always giving more. Finally, on November 19, 2008, Avatar Addydh said he had a conclusive sense that his work on the Althean was done. That day was the 15th anniversary of Avatar Addydh's empowerment of Atma Nadi Shakti Loka. Therefore, after completing his writing for the day, Avatar Addydh went to his divine Mahasamadhi temple to do his mysterious divine work there. And, after that day, his divine presence did not work on the Althean again, except that, on the morning of his divine Mahasamadhi, he finalized the wording of the title page in his own hand. Photograph of the page with the last words Avatar Adi Da Samraj wrote in his own hand, the divine avataric self-revelation. Also, in the preceding days and weeks, Avatar Addydh had brought closure to the 3rd edition of Not To His Peace. His summary addressed to the entire human family about the root truth of egolessness and prior unity and about how to implement this truth on earth in the social and political life of human beings. For many months, Avatar Addydh had been speaking this address virtually every day with unprecedented force and fullness, calling humanity as a whole to a new transformative movement on Earth in the form of a global cooperative forum. It is a marvel how deep and detailed his address was to these most urgent human realities, even while he was only tenuously associated with the body. On the morning of November 27, 2008, Avatar Addydh gave what he indicated were his final instructions about the 3rd edition of Not To His Peace. In addition, on November 25, 2 days before his divine Mahasamadhi, Avatar Adi Da had made small but significant additions to transcendental realism, giving further revelatory descriptions of the principles underlying his image art and thereby completing his work on that book. And, throughout the final days of his divine lifetime, Avatar Adi Da worked intensively on his final artistic work, the Struwelpeter Suite, creating a final image of astonishing beauty, simplicity, elegance, and force as his last physically embodied act in the earthly world. And so, in a spontaneous gesture, which would later be understood as an immense sign, the Althean and Natu his piece and a magnificent body of work on the Struwelpeter Suite were all completed on the day of his divine Mahasamadhi. These revelations were the last stroke of Avatar Addydah's incarnation lifetime. He had always said that he lived only to do his work, to serve the establishment of the reality way of Adi Da and his blessing of all, and that when all was sufficient, he would no longer remain in the body. The spontaneous dropping of his body on November 27, 2008, was simply the final yogic sign of the law of his avataric commitment to beings. The body had no further function, and, therefore, from that time onward, he would only be doing his eternal work beyond the body. I am exactly as I have always been, and I will always be that, even after this body dies. I will be the same then as before this body was born. And I am the same during this lifetime as I will be after the death of this body, and as I was before the birth of this body. I have not been transformed in the slightest. My magnification of the divine self-brightness will continue forever until there is the ultimate event of the divine translation of the entire cosmic domain. The Eternal One. A transformation of human consciousness. The event of Avatar Adi Da is universal. He left humankind with the greatest gift so that his work could be an eternal and living teaching, an eternal process, and an eternal relationship. He gave all his divine avataric revelations on how to transcend the limitations of history, on how to comprehend all that came before, and how, by surrendering all of the past, to enter the relationship to the final incarnation of reality itself, now and forever into the future. This is what you are invited into by Avatar Adi Da Samraj. An important part of Avatar Addydah's divine teachings on reality and truth, and the process of his human lifetime altogether, was his work to call into being a truly sacred culture that could support his gift of direct reality realization in this world and the transcending of endless seeking through the mechanisms of the body-mind-self. This culture, although still very much in its birthing phase, has a great and joyous obligation to extend Avatar Addydah's great purpose beyond his physical lifetime for the sake of all beings. This is part of the legacy of Avatar Addydah's compassionate impulse to liberate everyone and everything. And crucial to such service is the body of renunciate practitioners, the voice and strength of those whose dedication to reality is exemplary and uncompromising. Such a sacred culture must not only live the reality way in Avatar Addydah's divine company, but it must help everyone understand the necessary transformation that must take place in human consciousness, from the self-orientation to the direct recognition of reality. In an essay that the Divine Master wrote in the early years of his teaching work, he beautifully summarized this great calling and radical orientation. The reality way of Adi Da is world positive, life positive, body positive, sex positive, happiness positive, and in every sense positive. My devotees have learned this through the trial of their own experiment and foolishness. Therefore, they highly value and cherish that experiment and that foolishness. They are even more foolish now in their freedom, since they no longer suffer the doubt, self-division, and self-hatred that are the essence of conventional minds and the common suffering of humankind. Therefore, stand free. Do not be afraid. Do not doubt what has been heard and seen and realized. Be strong. Let the one who lives all beings achieve victory in this time of universal bewilderment and aggressive denial of the living God. The common error of humanity is to deny real God, the self-existing and self-radiant transcendental spiritual divine being. This leads to exploitation of body and mind for the sake of self in mortal fear. And the common error, even of those who would acknowledge God, is to presume an inner spiritual reality that is separate from the body and that requires denial of the body as the vehicle of delight and love and freedom in God. In their struggle, my devotees have overcome the denial of God and the denial of the body in God. They are restored to the truth and transfigured destiny of all beings. This is their realization and their strength. Let them join with all the friends and allies of humankind to serve all beings with the blessings of the Great One. Let them meet every trial that comes upon them with the strength of truth. Let them do what is right for the sake of humanity, and let real God determine the trial and all results for whatever purposes the very divine will choose to serve in this world. Avatar Adi Da Samraj need not incarnate again, nor is any further revelation required, because he has given all the means necessary for beings to locate him and to be served by him toward realization of reality itself, and toward the perfect outshining of this domain in divine translation. Through a profound and difficult work of avataric incarnation, he fulfilled humanity's longing for the complete divine ego-transcending process to be made known. The process that is dependent only on divine grace, not on the efforts and qualifications of an elite few. Avatar Adi Da completed and fulfilled the impulse that had created the great tradition of all religious and spiritual endeavor in the first place. Avatar Adi Da is ever alive, radiating as the egoless divine and personal presence which he revealed in such fullness through his incarnation body. He is ever found in his quiet persistence, as he once described it, but with all the qualities and signs he manifested during his human lifetime. All the means he gave as the reality way of Adi Dam, together with the extensions of his blessing regard into the world at large, allow anyone at any time to formally enter into direct devotional relationship to him and the transformative process of devotional communion with him. It is only through his work in his incarnation body that he could establish the means for his eternal work to be forever effective beyond his lifetime. And that incarnation work is done. A universal self-confession. Upasani Baba declared in February 1939 that an avatar would soon be born in a Western country. He declared that this one would be all-powerful, a world teacher who would bear down all before him, and re-establish the ancient true teaching. In fact, there are indications in the broader records of Upasani Baba's life that his spontaneous prophecy, of such great import for the entire world, was based in foreknowledge of a process that had already been set in motion on a subtle plane. During the years of Upasani Baba's intensive practice under his own master, Sai Baba of Shirdi, he recounted a vision. Upasani Baba saw a great meeting of saints and masters of the past and present. They were discussing some question of great importance concerning the world and were awaiting the arrival of Sai Baba before arriving at a decision. When Sai Baba came with one Christian saint, the question was decided. Thus, underlying Upasani Baba's prophecy of a Western-born avatar was the reality that he had already been witness to a momentous settlement about the future of humanity, made by a gathering of great masters of East and West. The import of such a prophecy was that the one about to be born would be the fulfillment of all traditions, a universal avatar, able to be recognized by all, regardless of cultural background. Avatar Adi Da was deeply aware of this scope of his own avataric address to humanity. In this time, when all the traditions are locked in a room together, so to speak, it is necessary for a complete understanding to be revealed relative to the spiritual process. To bring an end to all the conflicts and the intolerance and pettiness, the exclusiveness. The significance of what has been going on for all these centuries, or thousands of years, in its totality, must be revealed. That is a fundamental part of my work. Just 3 weeks before relinquishing the body, Avatar Adi Da spoke an unparalleled revelation about the process whereby all of human culture, all of human aspiration, has culminated and been transcended in his divine avataric appearance. I am the divine avataric and culminating appearance on earth, the fulfillment and the completion of all traditions. This is true in my person, as I am, in this birth. It should also be understood that part of the reason why I am that fulfillment is that I am, in this divine avataric appearance, the reincarnation of all the principal, pivotal, and transitional figures in all the traditions on earth. That is to say, I am literally the reincarnation of all the principal, or root, individuals of all the traditions of the first 6 stages of life. I am the one expected in every tradition, not simply because of my nature in this lifetime, but also because of those links in the past. The fact that I did already previously appear in the form of all of those individuals. So you should look at everything about my person relative to all of these previous incarnation forms that cover the entirety of the first 6 stages of life. I am the reincarnation not only of spiritual and religious and prophetic figures, but also of individuals who have appeared in the secular sphere, including people in the domain of the arts. Every dimension of life is covered by my own past of incarnations, and it is all summarized in the divine avataric event of my bodily incarnation. All of that past incarnation history has become perfectly coincident with my divine avataric incarnation in this time. This incarnation is both divine and avataric because of all of those literal links to past incarnations. That is the nature of the pattern. I am recognizable because of my very nature, condition, and state, egolessly self-present and self-evidently divine. I am also recognizable because I am perfectly familiar to everyone because of these past associations. Furthermore, through the divine avataric work I have done in this physical human lifetime, I am perfectly coincident with everyone. Thus, devotional recognition of me occurs on these 3 levels: divine self-evidence, perfect coincidence with all and all, and past associations with all and all. These are the 3 elements of devotional recognition of me that should be used to examine everything about my divine avataric person and pattern. Such is the unfathomable self-confession of the Eternal One who miraculously appeared on earth as Adi, 'Da' 'Samraj. the all-completing divine avatar who is self-existing and self-radiant conscious light itself. Now and always, the eternal form of his divine presence avatar Adi Da Samraj radiates limitlessly throughout the conditional worlds. May you recognize him at heart and be moved by his limitless grace. And now, and forever hereafter, tell your heart, and even everyone and all, Adi Da, the promised one, is here. For everyone and all. And everywhere to stay. Avatar Adi Da Samraj. The only complete way to realize the unbroken light of real, acausal, God. Final word. I am, eternally, here for everyone. Compiled from the divine avataric word of his divine presence avatar Adi Da Samraj. 1. The world is in a state of utter bewilderment because of egoity. Egoity, point of view, separateness, self-contraction, such is the basis of human design in the mummery of the ordinary world. In that circumstance of ego-made awareness, people seek the divine. They are moved to seek the divine because the egoic life is the very form of suffering. The egoic life inevitably becomes associated with all the modes of suffering. The search for a philosophical resolution to the problem of the suffering of separateness is inevitably pursued, and, on that basis, solutions to the suffering are sought, including the search for the solution that is described as union or reunion with the divine. However, in the event of the search for the divine itself is never truly or intrinsically, non-conditionally, and perfectly known. In the context of the search, the divine is known only with reference to the egoic pattern or position of presumed separateness that is the basis for seeking the divine. Thus, in the context of the search, the divine is seen only through the lens of the human problem and not as is. If the divine were seen as is from the beginning, human life would already be established in a different condition and circumstance than that of egoity. The divine is reality itself. The divine is the very self-nature, self-condition, and self-state of human existence, and, indeed, of all existence and all appearances. The divine transcends point of view. The divine is the intrinsically egoless and perfectly indivisible self-condition of reality itself. The inherent essential condition of reality itself and of the entire apparent universe is perfectly one and single, perfectly indivisible, perfectly non-separate, perfectly non-different, and perfectly egoless. Reality itself, as is the divine self-nature, self-condition, and self-state that is self-located when I am devotionally recognized. Therefore, in the only by me revealed and given reality way of Adi Da, the divine self-nature, self-condition, and self-state is constantly self-realized. And more profoundly demonstrated as that realization. The reality way of Adi Da is not a means, or a method, or a technique for seeking the divine. Rather, the reality way of Adi Da is the way that is based on the divine avataric self-revelation from the beginning. That is the unique characteristic of the only by me revealed and given reality way of Adi Da. This divine from the beginning characteristic is also the nature of my own divine avataric self-revelation. My divine avataric event of self-emergence truly coincided with my birth in this world, yet it also coincided with my proclamation of the process of divine avataric self-emergence in January 1986, and, ultimately, it coincides with the unfolding process of devotional recognition of me in the world. 2. My time here in bodily, human, form is limited, as is the lifetime of anyone else who appears in bodily form. This is the mortal nature of my physical human lifetime, in which I have great purposes to accomplish. My physical human lifetime is an intervention, and it has but a period of time in which to accomplish its purposes and establish seeds of motion that will continue beyond my physical human lifetime. Therefore, all of my life in bodily, human, form, I am fiercely at work to accomplish all that must be accomplished. I have been involved all my physical human lifetime, directly, with all aspects of the human process. And I have been doing it by staying in the background, where I have been directly associated with all of it constantly. My divine avataric work is constant, much of it not particularly observed by anyone or even described by me. But if you look at the evidence of what I have been doing day by day throughout my entire physical human lifetime, you will see constant involvement from birth and previous to this birth. There is no content of my own person for me to convey. I have none. I am the process of reality itself. 3. The purpose of my bodily, human, appearance here is the divine liberation of all of humankind. My divine avataric incarnation here is a unique revelation, in which all the limitations of the past are priorly and perfectly transcended. Thus, the universalization of truth is fundamental to my divine avataric incarnation here, in the context of the prior unity that transcends all tribalism, all cultural limitations. All cultural identities, East and West. My divine avataric incarnation here is prior to all, and my divine avataric incarnation here is for all. I am beyond everybody's expectations. Yet, I am exactly the one who has been expected by all. To truly accept me in my completeness, humankind must cease to view me through all the lenses that human tradition has designed relative to how the final divine appearance is supposed to look. 4. During my physical human lifetime, I demonstrate and speak about an eternal intention, a work to go on forever. Therefore, I established a place of my radiation at the brightness. It is the place where this body in its end time will be fitted. Ultimately, my Mahasamadhi site will become the principal locus in my island hermitage. The brightness and my other most holy places are the means that will make reincarnation unnecessary in my case. These places will be the means I continue to use after the lifetime of this body. Therefore, it is essential to maintain these holy places. They are unique focuses of my divine avataric work, and the brightness is the primary focus. These are simply my houses, and always to be understood as such. I am always already in my divine self-domain, and I am eternally here, until the divine translation of all and all. It will be a quiet persistence. 5. My revelation is a divine self-revelation, so it is not confined to any apparent other. I am not speaking to another. I am speaking to everybody all at once, not differentiated from me at the true heart, at the place where I am. In that place, there are no differences. That place is where everybody comes to me. Where there are no differences, people come to me and are able to be with me and to commune with me. There must be no differences whatsoever. My work is divine and avataric, not merely the work of an evolved individual calling people around himself or herself for some involvement in the midst of things. My work is always for the sake of all, always and intrinsically that. I have been working to be in a position where people understand the nature of my work, and that process is happening. Throughout my lifetime, I have been meditating all, not just meditating the gathering of my devotees. The gathering of devotees has been a context in all the years of my divine avataric self-submission to teaching work and blessing work. But the gathering of my devotees is simply the seed, or platform, for my divine avataric work. All the while, I have been working with all. I have never stopped doing so. That is what I am meditating in this world, all and all. My work is not about creating a cult. My work is about everybody all at once participating in the divine. Avatar is relationship to everyone. The characteristic of conventional teachers is to be related only to those they teach or those associated with a particular cult or institution or defined culture. I am not a teacher in that sense. I am the divine avataric master. There is no one I am not addressing. I do my divine avataric work. I have always been meditating everyone, and I am here for everyone. I am here exactly to awaken everyone and to bring everybody into full participation in my divine avataric company, into full practice of this divine reality way. That is everybody, without exception, in this world and altogether, everywhere, cosmically, universally. That is my work. 6. I am here to awaken people to the process of divine translation, so that life becomes a process founded in moment-to-moment participation in reality itself, rather than a process of investment in conditional pattern possibility for its own sake. The process of divine translation is not about turning away from this world. The process of divine translation is about turning this world to me, the turning of all conditions into the love-bliss ecstasy of transcendental spiritual communion with me. Transcendental spiritual communion with me brightens and, most ultimately, outshines everything. 7. I will be here forever. I will be everywhere forever. I cannot leave, for my transcendentally spiritually bright divine spherical self-domain is not somewhere to go to. My divine self-domain is eternal. I am eternal, and I am always already merely present, here and everywhere in the cosmic domain. By means of my avataric incarnation here, I have given you my divine secret. My divine secret is this: I am eternally present, and I am omnipresent. I am not myself in time. I am not myself of time. I am simply here as I am. I have been the same from the beginning and from birth. I am the bright here